Good evening. I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Wendell Town Board of Commissioners. Welcome. We're happy to have all of you here tonight. We're going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Lake Myra Elementary student Jordan Allen. Can y'all get out of the way and let her in the door, please? She's a sweet little girl. Let's not scare her to death. Jordan is currently a third grader who has been attending Lake Myra since kindergarten. She definitely has spunk and is known throughout the school. She comes in every morning with a big smile on her face. She loves cool clothes, swimming, riding her bike, and cooking. Her specialty is sweets, particularly cookies and cupcakes. She's the only kid that Mrs. Zarecki knows that loves to eat salad, which that's pretty cool. Jordan is a great friend to her classmates and family members, except maybe her twin brother, which she did tell me they were best friends out in the hall. Right now, it's up for debate between the two of them who is better at Minecraft. Jordan is most likely going to be a builder or a designer when she grows up. She loves HGTV, designing and building with Minecraft, and creating beautiful spaces. Lake Myra is a more beautiful place because she is there, and Miss Zarecki says she's very grateful for her and her family. So, Jordan, we wanted to have you come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, if everyone can rise. And you can go ahead. Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our invocation tonight from the Wendell Council of Churches, we're going to hear from St. Eugene's Catholic Church, Mr. Bruce Tarneski. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come tonight asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to gauge a meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that affect our town, and continue to remind us that all we do tonight is for the pursuit of the truth and the good of our community. In your name we pray. Do I hear an amen? Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
move that we move items 5F, 5G, and 5H to a spot on the agenda ahead of 5A, so they may be heard first.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion to move 5F, G, and H up above 5A. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, wonderful. We have one person signed up for public comment tonight. Dennis Lane. Were you coming tonight to speak on something that we're having a public hearing about? Would you rather, I'd prefer you save that testimony for that time, if that's okay. All right, thank you so much. Yes, sir. All right. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, we're going to move into our recognitions, reports, and presentations. And I need Mr. Philip Solano from Lake Myra Elementary School. You can come up here. We can't sufficiently embarrass you unless you're right out here in front of everybody. Philip Solano graduated from NC State University as a North Carolina Teaching Fellow in Elementary Education with a concentration in science. After 3 years as a fourth grade teacher, Philip found himself at Lake Myra Elementary School at the Cross Categorical Resource Instruction Assistant. Philip founded the Serving Otters Club at the school, a group dedicated to serving the local community. Mr. Solano and his club have had 2 successful drives collecting blankets for local animal shelters as well as toys for Zach's Toy Chest, a charity that provides toys for children in hospitals. Mr. Solano has been selected as Lake Myra's Instructional Assistant of the Year and is one of the 10 finalists for Wake County Public School Systems for the Instructional Assistant of the Year. Congratulations for that. We can count on Mr. Solano to bring creativity and humor to everything he does. We're so grateful to have him in our school community, and we all saw that tonight. So we wanted to have you here tonight and thank you for everything you do for our children in Wendell and recognize you for your hard work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate everyone coming here tonight for me. This is great. I did not expect this turnout. When I saw the cars, I kind of lost a little me. Whatever. Just want to say thank you to my wife, Catherine. You're everything. You help me for everything. So also thank you to my principals, Tina Zarzecki and Michelle Bethel. Without their support, I wouldn't be anywhere. I wouldn't be able to do any of the things I can do. Also, next week, the 27th of February, we're having a book fair, and we're inviting everyone to come in, get a sense of our community, of our school. We're going to have food trucks, and it'd be great for you guys to meet our teachers, thank a teacher, thank them for teaching your kid. And lastly, just after this tomorrow, go say thank you to a teacher. If you don't go to Lake Myra, go say thank you to a teacher assistant, because without them, nothing would happen. Our kids would not be where they are today. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move in now to item 5F, public hearing on R4 conditional district request for properties located at 4501 Rollsville Road, Davidson Road, 1401 Davistown Road, and 6021 Yancey Drive. And since we're out of order, I neglected, before we get started, I feel like I have something we need to talk about. This is a very contentious issue before us tonight. We have a couple of them that are like that. I've been following all of them all along throughout the various meetings and layers of process that you've had to go through to get to here tonight. I appreciate the fact that all of you are passionate about this. There are things in my life I'm passionate about as well. But in this meeting tonight, there can be no clapping, no shouting out, no blurting out, no calling out, no raising your hand. That is not how we conduct our business meetings. This is a Town of Wendell business meeting, and you need to maintain the level of decorum that we have here tonight. And I don't mean to be mean about it, but this is your only warning. We're just not going to let it get out of hand. And I've witnessed that some of the things throughout the process have been heading in that direction, in my opinion. So different people have different ways that they run meetings, and the way I run them is that we don't tolerate that. So, all right, Mr. Bergmark, you can begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. This item, as stated, is a public hearing for an R4 conditional district request. You're being asked to hold a public hearing on this item tonight. Consider and taking action. Action could consist of adopting an attached ordinance, so that you have a draft ordinance to rezone the described area, subject to the conditions in conformance with the associated master plan. The applicant in this case is TMTLA Associates. Again, they're requesting an R4 conditional district for approximately 130 acres. That gets a little more complicated with the Yancey property, so a piece of the Yancey property is outside of the conditional district request, but is referenced within the conditions themselves. Within 4 parcels, the proposed conditional district consists of 275 single-family homes and 99 townhomes for 374 total units, with associated open space, amenities, and infrastructure. In the interest of time, what I'd suggest is letting the applicant has a presentation prepared, and rather than me say everything and then have a lot of that repeated, to allow them to give their presentation, and then I could follow that up, fill in any gaps, speak to the planning board and other town items, if you're all right with
All right,
that.
that's fine. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Let's hear from the applicant.
To the screen, or?
No, just to progress the slides, if you want to use that. And then your video is saved down there on that one.
Yeah, I think Chris is. Good evening, Mayor Gray, Commissioners. My name is Tony Tate. I'm a landscape architect and land planner with TMT LA Associates. Our address is 5011 South Park Drive, Suite 200 in Durham. I have here with me tonight members of the Builder Development Team, Mike Reynolds, Bob Mishler, and Raymond Winkler. We also have Don Sever, who is with the Summit Engineering, who is our civil engineer. We have Kevin Dean, who is our traffic engineer. We have Jessica Rossi, who is a fiscal analyst, and also have Chris Rakowski from my office here. So with our team, we feel like we have everybody here that can answer any questions that you might have. We're excited to formally be able to present to you the overlook at Weathers Farm. And Mr. Bergmark's been a great help to us all along, and so I'm sure anything that I don't cover, he will cover in his remarks afterwards. But at this time, I'd like to just show a brief little 3D fly-through model that we've done to start my presentation. I think this will help kind of set a little bit of a tone of what we feel like this is going to look like after it's been constructed. So. So as you see on the screen, we're on Roseville Road at the entrance to the project. And as you enter the site off of Roseville, we have a tree-lined, median divided avenue with townhomes you'll see on both sides. All the garages are in access from the back, so it's a really great look coming in, clean streetscape. As you come down to the end of that street, it's where our main amenity is going to be with the clubhouse, the Junior Olympic pool that you see there, 6-lane competition pool, more of the amenity there, and kind of leaving that amenity through a pathway across over kind of the low area of the site back into where the majority of the single-family homes will be located, and that path connects you over to the dog park, which you see coming up on the right. And so leaving that, this is kind of the streetscape that you will see is a typical in the neighborhood of the single-family homes. And then turning this corner, we'll be heading over into where we have our common green, which is a very large green space that'll have a pavilion in the center. And we'll go back to that in a little bit, but just wanted through that video for you to see just a little snapshot of what that will look like as you come in. It's a realistic view of where the units will be and what they'll look like. So I wanted to point out that the overlook in its location is obviously bound by Roseville Road, Davistown, and Weathers. And the site is within 1 mile of East Wake High School. It's within 1 mile of the Regional Activity Center that's defined by the comprehensive plan, Wendell town limits. the interchange at 87 and 64, and the future Wake Tech Community College there. So it's within 1 mile of that intersection where there's a lot of activity. We feel like this section of town is going to be moving that direction.
I'm not sure why we can, you can use the arrows there.
Arrows, okay. Just a few facts about the project. The total project area is 151 acres. The development portion of the project is 119 acres with 39 acres of open space. Additionally, there's 32 acres of land that we'll be proposing to dedicate to the town of Wendell for a future town park. There's 275 single-family homes, 99 townhomes for a total of 374 homes out there. Our average lot size is greater than 8,300 square feet. So just a quick breakdown of the lots. 66% of the lots are between 6,000 and 8,000 square feet, 6,000 being the minimum. 11% of our lots are 8,000 to 10,000 square feet, and 23% of our lots are over 10,000 square feet in size. If you can see from the layout, I don't think it's going to work. The majority of the 6,000 square foot lots are concentrated towards the center of the project. You can see the common green that is located, cursor's not showing up. We have a long center common green that's 2 football fields long. And so the amount of space that someone gets in their yard is somewhat offset by the amount of common space that we placed around. There's a larger percentage of lots around the outside that could have been increased in size, but current types of development standards in the way lots are created these days, there's open space adjacent to lots, and so the livability of our lots is in the open space, and you can see the several open spaces scattered around the development where somebody can go out and throw a football or throw a baseball or get out and have a much larger space to live versus the space in their yard. We've spent a long time on this project trying to come up with conditions. We've had a lot of neighborhood meetings. We've had a lot of meetings with different stakeholders, and so we have tried to, through the conditions on the project, to make this a better project. And we feel like the things that we have done have upped the standard of what we're proposing out there. So I want to run through the architectural conditions that we listed. So we heard early on that vinyl siding was going to be an issue here. And so we have, one of the first conditions that we've come up with is that vinyl siding will be prohibited on this site. We will still use vinyl or aluminum windows, soffits, and fascias, but vinyl siding on the outside of the homes is prohibited. We came up with a list of architectural conditions to help, again, kick up the appearance of the units out there. And so the next one is all units shall be designed with at least 2 of the following materials on the front primary facade facing the public street or open space, whether it's cultured stone, brick, lap siding, shakes, or board and batten. Those elements will be used on the side of the house facing the street, and so those voluntary architectural conditions will help, again, to bring up the level of quality on these units. We heard very early on, I think it was at the planning board, that there was a concern about units had been built in the past did not have an overhang on the eaves, and so we have a condition that there will be a 10-inch overhang on the eaves of the houses out there. So that's another upgrade for the architecture. We're going to have a 10-foot landscape easement along the rear property line of lots on Davistown Road, containing the planning requirements of a Type B buffer. That stretch of roadway is encumbered by a gas line easement and a construction easement out there. So through meetings with the neighbors, we've come up with that Type B buffer, again, to try to help defray any of the concerns out there along Davistown Road. The next one is front-loaded garages will feature windows or carriage-style adornments. Through our visits to Pepper Point and Wendell Falls, we tried to go out there and see what the common elements, architectural elements were in those, and take something from them that would help, again, in the architecture. So garage doors that face the street will have either windows or the carriage-style adornments out there. All of the townhome units will be rear-loaded with the garages facing the alley. I pointed that out in the video where, as you enter the site, you don't see a garage-scape there. It makes a huge difference on trash pickup day. You know, when there's not 20 trash cans lined up down the road waiting for pickup. It really cleans up that entry, makes a wonderful entry statement coming into the project on Roseville Road. All residential units shall have Bermuda side on the front, sides, and 25 feet beyond the rear of the primary structure. That's a huge feature in when you're trying to get grass to establish, to have sod go down. It's a really great, neat look around the units out there, so we're excited about that. Neighborhood will obviously be governed by a homeowners association that will maintain all of the open space that we're dedicating. So, you know, when the developer leaves the site, the HOA is going to be well funded. It's going to be well directed by an outside management company that helps the neighborhood keep up with everything that has to do with the open space. The HOA is going to be guided by the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions that takes into account things like architecture, monitors landscaping, additions, fences, maintenance, those types of things. So quality control is there for the site. And then on the townhomes, all the townhomes are going to be maintained by the HOA. That includes mowing of the turf treatments, pruning and mulching. So all that's a maintenance-free outside in the townhome unit. So again, an item that's going to help really maintain the image of what gets put out there, and so it's going to be a real asset. The amenities for the site, again, we showed you the video of the pool, the competition junior Olympic pool. It's a place where you can have swim meets. It's a large pool. It has great size for the neighborhood. The pool house that you see in the upper left-hand corner, that is not the exact layout of what we're doing here, but that is the same pool, the same pool house, and gazebo structure that this developer has built in another location. We just have the pool house located on the right-hand side of that. So that is the actual amenity that was built in another location. We're going to have a dog park, fenced-in dog park, mulched with benches and water stations, and so it's another a great amenity over towards the center of the project. We're going to have a playground on one of the open spaces. We got walking trails and sidewalks. There's 3 large common greens that are scattered around that provide open space for people in the townhomes or people, again, in the single-family homes that are a place to get out and roam a little bit and have a little bit more space. The way these units live these days, you know, you can't, your yard is, it's a place where you can't go long for baseball or football, but you can go out in the green and throw it as far as you can throw it. That green is 2 football fields long in size. We've got a 9-hole disc golf course, excuse me, located on the northeast section of the site, back off of Weathers. We have 39 acres of community open space that's going to make this project feel a lot looser and more open than it actually is. And again, 32 acres that we're proposing for a future town park. We were notified that through Mr. Bergmark and the town manager that the town was looking for a park, and so this particular piece of property is one that the developer owned. A portion of it was part of the development before, but it's something that we offered up. Mr. Bergmark and some other staff members have been out to the site. They've walked the site. They think it would be a great addition to the town of Wendell for a future town park. So again, that's a huge commitment on the site, and so 32 acres out there for a town park. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Dean to come up and to talk a little bit about traffic and the way we're handling traffic for the site.
Hey, good evening. Kevin Dean with Kinley Horn, 421 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I performed the traffic study for this project. I know we've talked about traffic studies before, but we'll go through the process again. We start by scoping the study with the town and NCDOT, talking about methodology and assumptions that are going to be used. We collect traffic counts. We look at how traffic's going to grow in the area regardless of whether the project happens or not. And then we add site traffic on top of that. Now, one of the things you've heard us talk about, I think, is original early plans came in with more homes than we're currently proposing. When we performed the traffic study, we assumed more of those homes would be in place than we're proposing now. So when we develop the improvements that would be required to accommodate that traffic, that's going to accommodate more site traffic than we're projecting now. So we're lower intensity than we studied originally. But when we performed our study, we came up with a list of improvements. Turn lanes into the site driveway on Rollsville Road, also building a right turn lane on Rollsville Road, from Rollsville Road onto Davistown Road, so that'll not only serve site traffic but other traffic as well. With all those improvements in place, 2 groups at DOT review these traffic studies. You've got the district office who's plugged into the area, and then NCDOT Congestion Management, which is under the Transportation, Mobility, and Safety Group. All those groups take a look at it. Town's independent consultant reviews it. Those groups felt that those improvements were sufficient to mitigate the site traffic that we're adding to the network. So that's at the intersection level. When we're studying individual intersections, we study the morning and the afternoon peak hours, adding specific traffic. But another thing we look at is daily capacity. So when you look at a segment of roadway, how much traffic can that segment of roadway carry? So that's another thing we look at. For a 2-lane road like Rollsville Road, NCDOT indicates that the capacity is somewhere between 11 and 14,000 vehicles a day. What we're looking at now is between the existing traffic, growing traffic out 6 years, so 7 years, we grew it to 2026, and adding our site's traffic on top of that, we're somewhere in the 55 to 60% build-out volumes of what the road can handle. So if the road can handle up to 14,000 vehicles per day, we're only in the 50 to 60% of that range that DOT has set. So very comfortable that the roads are going to be able to accommodate this additional traffic, both at the intersection level and as a capacity, the daily capacity standpoint. Other stuff that we're going to be doing is performing thoroughfare widening, which is just widening to meet the ultimate section of the roadway. That adds capacity as well. So we fully expect that all those improvements are going to be able to accommodate site traffic we're adding. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, or we can move on to fiscal analysis. All right.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Board. My name is Jessica Rossi, 200 South Tryon Street in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm a senior planner and economist at Kimley Horn, and I performed a fiscal benefits analysis for this project. And we'll turn the slide because the slide will make more sense than the other one. So what we did is we looked at the gross revenue that this project would generate for the town of Wendell through build out of the property, and then wanted to understand what that would be at full build out. And one thing I did want to note is when we talked about the property in its entirety, our fiscal study really only looked at that 119 acres of developable land. So we assumed that the 32-acre park would be town property, and then in that case not on the tax roll. So we didn't inflate the numbers to include that town park. So we calculated a total value for the property at over $99 million at full build out. And based on your current 2019, 2020 tax rates, both for real property tax and for fire, our total annual revenue to the town of Wendell because of this project would be over $580,000 per year. And that would grow over the course of the development time. You know, as the property is annexed in, then you would, start with the revenue as the base. It would grow up through 2025 when the project is expected to reach full build out. And one other note that we wanted to quickly make is based on your current budget, this would represent about a 15% increase over those revenue sources as they stand today.
So I wanted to go through the project modifications that we've done. We've obviously spent a lot of time on this project. It's been a very extensive process, and so over the course of the submittals and stakeholder meetings and everything, we've made a lot of changes to the plan. We've requested feedback. We wanted honest feedback from everybody we met with, and we were trying to come up to, if we knew what people's concerns were, we wanted to try to address those. And so we've got a substantial number of project modifications that we've done. Our project area increased from 119 acres to 151 acres with the proposal for the dedication of town park. Early on in the project, everybody was concerned about it being too dense. And so we reduced the number of total units over the project from 428 down to 374. A substantial decrease in the number of units. Most of those were townhomes. So we really reduced the number of townhomes. We offered the condition to no more than 100 townhomes, and so we listened and reduced the number of total units there. There was a comment, I think, came out of the planning board that the townhomes just felt like they were too close to Roseville Road. And so we moved those units back, increased the 20-foot buffer along Roseville Road from 20 feet to 50 feet, and doubled the amount of plant material in that buffer. And so that was a substantial improvement we felt like it was made to Roseville Road along that frontage. Again, the 32 acres of land for the town park, I know there's money in your budget for the purchase of land for a town park. This just frees up that money to go for the parkland to be purchased somewhere else. And so architectural conditions, going back to the hardy plank or the cementitious siding, no vinyl, the roof overhangs, the architectural things for the front of the units, the garage door adornments. And so those voluntary architectural conditions we added in because we felt like we needed to set the standard on those units with those architectural conditions. Excuse me. We increased the buffer, planting and privacy fence on the 3 parcels that are what we call the cutout into the property that are located on Roseville Road. The developers had a meeting with those homeowners. And so we've increased that buffer along there and put a fence on our property, and the plantings are on the outside of the fence on the neighbor's side of the property. And so we've increased that, made a concerted effort there to address the needs of those people that are living and would be the most affected by this development. So we made a big improvement there. We added the 10-foot buffer along the back of the lots on Davistown. Street sections, we modified those, and they exceed town standards. In some of the, excuse me, some of the street sections, the median tree-lined avenue coming in is 2 lanes on each side. There's no parking there. It's going to be a wide open. Alleys are 4 feet wider than town standards. Came out of a discussion with TRC about fire and access, so we made those wider. Bump outs for on-street parking. Again, that helps define where parking spaces are going to be as fire trucks make the corner to get around those, so it makes everything safer. The common green in the center of the project, that's a one-way green or a one-way drive around that, so it's a standard width street, but it's one way. There's going to be no parking there, so it's wider than a normal street would be, being one way. So we made a lot of improvements to the project, to the plans. We are excited of where we've come so far, and so we made every effort to deliver a quality project, quality community, a quality house out there, and so we feel like we've exceeded the town standards, and we respectfully request your favorable consideration on our project, and obviously we'll be happy to come back and answer whatever questions that you have and be available. So thank you very much.
Any questions at this time for the applicant? Mr. Bergmark, you want to?
Bear with me a moment to get the other one back up. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to kind of skim through. I don't know why that's not working anymore. Skim through here to see what I need to hit, if I can make the slides progress. I'm going to try closing down some of these, see if that helps. Okay. I think we already gave a reference of where this is. I think everyone knows where this is, but just past Eastwick High School and Rollsville Road. They did a good job of summarizing the changes that were made kind of following the planning board meeting, as well as their amenities. There's just a map if anybody wants a little context from aerials where this resides. Currently zoned R40 under Wake County zoning. I won't go back over all their conditions, but just to note that the condition about the 10-foot easement with the type B buffer along Davistown Road, that was actually a new condition that wasn't included in your report that they brought up, and it was on that handout that I gave you before the meeting. So that would be one additional condition to be 27 total conditions rather than 26. There was also one condition dealing with the maximum number of townhomes shall not exceed 100, which was condition number 7, that I recommended they tweak that language to say that the townhomes be permitted by right, just to clarify that if this were approved by the board, this conditional district, they would not have to come back for a separate special use permit for the townhomes, which is what would normally be the case if this were not going through a conditional district process. And finally, I wanted to make a clarifying point that, and it's in some of their application material, but I just didn't see it on the plan, a small technical correction just to clarify that along their entry drive, where they have a one-way drive coming in, that there would not be on-street parking allowed along that. The applicant's aware of that and has stated that they're okay with it, but again, just a technical correction. We've already talked a lot about the street improvements. They would also be looking to, along Weathers Road, rather than going in, it's currently a dirt road, and improving half of a dirt road, or instead just paying a fee in lieu of a rural road cross-section along that half. We already covered the TIA and the improvements required as part of that. So in terms of our comprehensive plan, it identifies this area as being within the S3 restricted growth sector. So this is area intended for limited development under tightly controlled conditions, generally classified as lands that are not proximate to thoroughfares, that are not projected to be high growth areas due to limited access to transportation network and utilities. Generally, they're outside of the short range urban service areas for water and sewer service. None of those are really the case. This is on a future thoroughfare. There are utilities available nearby, but that is what is classified under the comprehensive plan within the S3. So within that S3, it talks about appropriate land uses being low-density cluster development or hamlets, single-family residential development, limited convenience retail uses, civic uses, as well as some industrial uses. So the proposed development on the site consists of single-family detached homes and townhomes. I referenced the 2.88 dwelling units per acre. That doesn't count the Yancey property if you in its totality. So if you counted that, because only a portion's within the conditional district, if you counted that entirely, then it would actually drop to 2.48. The densest portion of the development, those townhomes, are clustered closer to Rollsville Road, which is to be widened in the future to a 4-lane road. Anything less than 4 dwelling units per acre is considered low density based on our town's future land use map classifications. So here's just a cutout of this area of our framework map showing the properties in question. That kind of lighter pale green color is the S3 zone. TRC has of course reviewed this and completed their review for the preliminary plan. If this were to be approved, it would of course still be reviewed in the next stage, which would be construction drawings, or in terms of a conditional district, we refer to that as a final development plan. The planning board at their November 18th meeting voted 4-3 in favor of the requested conditional district. This is when it came back to them after the Yancey property was added to the conditional district application. In staff's opinion, the requested conditional district is generally consistent with the recommended uses and development types outlined in that S3 sector, and is reasonable due to its location along Rollsville Road, as well as its proximity to I-87. So staff is recommending approval of the proposed master plan with the inclusion of the one technical correction, just to clarify, no on-street parking on that one-way drive, and the amended language to condition number 7 to make it clear that there's no requirement for a SUP, special use permit, to come back for the townhomes if this were to be approved. The applicants included numerous conditions, improving buffers, open space, public land, architectural standards. I actually want to ask Jeff to come up and just speak briefly to the park space, because we did go out and walk the site as well. And so in exchange, they're seeking concessions related to cul-de-sac length and to permit the townhomes. The lot size is notably smaller than what's currently around it, but those are being served by well and septic, Wake County developments, past Wake County developments. But that dwelling units per acre, whether you look at the 2.88 or even go down to the 2.48, if you include the entire Yancey property that wouldn't be developed, that's less than what would normally be allowed in the R4 district, and would be considered low density. This site is, again, less than a mile from an interstate, on a future 4-lane thoroughfare near an existing high school with access to water and sewer. So in staff's opinion, all these factors support a growth pattern other than simply rural. So with that, I'd like to ask Jeff to come up and just speak briefly to the park space.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Staff and myself went out and did look at this site just to kind of get an idea if it was going to be a feasible site for a future park. And it definitely has value to the town and to the Parks and Recreation Department. Kind of three of those that I want to hit on that are the main ones are, according to the master plan, the town needs to add more neighborhood parks. And this would be a perfect site for that kind of park. Neighborhood park being a smaller park in nature, non-ball fields. I would like to keep it passive in nature with maybe a playground, parking lot, picnic shelter, and walking trails. So nothing that's going to be lit up late at night, and no large crowds out cheering at late hours. The second one is the connectivity, which is such a big issue right now with the town. This piece is fairly close to the Robertson Mill Pond, and Wake County does have a greenway plan to be coming through that area, and this would get us about one parcel away from actual county property that is adjacent to Green Mill Run. And the last one, which is probably the biggest one for me, is the value of this land. The appraisal value of $500,000 would allow me to write a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant similar to the grant that we received a couple years ago. The big thing about that is that is a matching grant, and under that grant stipulations, donations are acceptable for the town's payment. So with that piece of property being donated to the town, that would essentially give us $500,000 of cash to use towards this project. So if we build a $600,000 park out there, the grant's going to cover $300,000. The other $300,000 is in kind because of the donation, and the town would be out zero money building anything up to $500,000 out there. So that's kind of, where I stand with that property, that it definitely has value to the Parks and Recreation Department and the community. And another note is this wasn't identified in the master plan because it has come to light since the master plan was finished. So had this been in place while we were still working on that, I'm sure that they probably would have identified this as a good location for a future park, especially with it being donated to the town. If anybody has any questions for that.
Any questions for Mr. Pulaski?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So I did not have anything further, but if there's any questions,
Any
I'll be happy
questions
to take
for
them.
Mr. Bergmark this time?
Hear from everybody and save mine till the end.
That's fine. All right. Any citizens wishing to speak in favor or in opposition of the conditional district request can come up to the podium one at a time. State your name and address. You have 5 minutes to speak. The lights on the podium will turn green when you start, and it will turn yellow when you've got, half a minute left, and then red, and then your time's up. So we need to stop when it turns red. So.
Thank you, Mayor Gray. My name is David Cozart. I live at 6324 Weathers Road. Appropriate management of development in the town and the surrounding area is a highly important issue because land and water are precious resources and they're limited commodities. The proposed project requests annexation and rezoning of around 151 acres of land, and approximately 65 to 71, depending on which numbers you use, will be in open space or considered as a park, and a lot of it will not be part of the town's tax base. There's no proposed commercial development in this project, and I believe it's an inefficient development scenario for the town. The board must manage this scarce resource carefully to protect the town's solvency and the well-being of the people in and around the town. Decisions about the Weathers Farm will affect the character of the town and the lives of nearby residents for the remainder of our lives and our children as well. I believe this is a low-yielding and inefficient project for the town as its residents. It's difficult to see how this project could be more convoluted. From the town's own website, and as Mr. Bergmark pointed out, zoning is a device of land use planning. It's designed to structure and organize permitted uses in the town to protect and advocate for the health, safety, and overall welfare of the general public. Zoning districts are mapped out to guide development and to ensure that adjacent zones do not present a nuisance to one another. At the level of density being proposed in this development, The adjacent zones will surely present a nuisance to one another. The property being considered in this matter is currently outside of the Wendell ETJ, and as was pointed out earlier, it's under the Wake County zoning, R40. All the surrounding neighborhoods have a minimum lot size of about 0.4 acres. Even in the town's UDO, there's no anticipation of high-density development in this area. The town plan shows this as S3, as Mr. Bergmark pointed out, which is defined as low-density cluster subdivisions. The town plans also states that the dense development should be in the center of the town and become less dense further from the center. The Weathers property could hardly be further from the center of the town and still be considered in this matter. The R4 conditional district clearly doesn't align with the plan, the UDO, and the rural-urban transect that theoretically guides the UDO. The proposed density, including the 100 townhomes, is completely inconsistent with any of the surrounding neighborhoods, and it's more suitable for the town's core city limits. A density of 2 to 4 houses per acre would be appropriate for the area and would blend in with the surrounding neighborhoods. I ask the board to please consider this decision and not to deviate from the plan, because this adversely affects our livelihoods and our businesses. This is a significant decision for you and for us as the neighbors of this property. As pointed out earlier, the developer's gross revenue for the entire project is estimated around $100 million. The town will assume some additional cost and liabilities as a result of this satellite annexation. Nobody's really talked about how much that is. Does the business case really work for the town? I hope you'll consider the additional cost against what is projected for the additional revenue prior to making this significant decision. Is this the plan that the board wants for the town, or can Wendell do better? I ask the board tonight to oppose this annexation and the rezoning request in favor of a more appropriate proposal that would benefit the town and be more alignment in the town's comprehensive plan. I believe Wendell can do better.
Anyone else?
My name is Brandon Strickland. I live at 4428 Roseville Road in Wendell. I, like most of the people in this room tonight, have lived in Wendell my whole life. I serve as a deacon at my church, Helpsville Baptist Church. I also volunteer countless hours as a treasurer and a coach for Wendell Rams youth football. And I decided to plant my family here in town, support local businesses in town, like most of the people here. I feel like the reason we're here tonight, that's what I keep asking myself and trying to look at it big picture, is that we have a developer who has located an inexpensive piece of farmland outside the town ETJ and really on the outskirts of the annexation limits by state law, and they're standing to make millions in profit. They aim to do this by building townhomes and packing homes very close to one another. Why didn't they buy land already zoned for this type of development closer to downtown? I think it's because that land is more expensive, because it already has the proper infrastructure and utilities to support the high-density growth being proposed here. This opportunity allows them to build a city-style development out in the county at the expense of the surrounding homeowners and to the possible financial detriment of the town due to the higher cost of a satellite annexation this far from the town limits when you look at public works and police, as we've seen the higher cost that Wendell Falls has presented with some of that further away. Had they bought land already zoned appropriately for this, they wouldn't be here tonight asking for special considerations, changing of zoning, and annexation to gain access to water, sewer, and trying to make this plan fit through the rules that are established. As David said, the town website says zoning is to prevent adjacent property owners becoming a nuisance to one another. In other words, you probably wouldn't want 6 to 8 houses per acre like what's being proposed here in the actual developed area. It's not 2.4, that is if you count ponds where there are no houses, and woods where there are no houses. The real density is closer to 6 where there are actually houses situated. You've got people out here who hunt, they have horses, they farm, they shoot their guns a lot, and that's probably not the best thing to be happening beside a town of Wendell property. You might get a lot of police calls because those folks around it are in the county and they have different rules that are not limited by the town rules. If we aren't going to adhere to the future plan zoning and the town plan, then what are the purpose of those documents? They're supposed to serve as a guide so that we can follow them and not be persuaded by developers to tell us what they're going to do. They need to look at the rules the town has in place and play by those rules. Most of us here tonight are not against a responsible development that fits the character of the surrounding area but with comparable lot sizes and no townhomes. As if developer was proposing something like Pepper Point or Old Wendell, and Old Wendell's pretty new, you wouldn't see me here tonight. We know growth is coming, but it's up to the town to be responsible with the precious resource we have available. Once you allow someone to do something, you can't undo it, and you'll have to see it for the rest of your lives and live with the implications. I've heard numerous people during the planning stages say, well, growth is coming, there's nothing we can do about it. And that was their reason for voting yes. And I think that's absurd. That's the whole reason why we're here tonight, is you can do something about it. The demand is increasing in this area, so why don't we set our standards on things that will make Wendell better and not focus on what makes the developer wealthier. I've heard folks say, well, if we decline this, another developer's coming anyway. Maybe they will, but they don't need to be annexed by the town in order to develop this land. I'm not in the city limits, and I built my house right across the street with no issues. They could come in and play by the Wake County rules and require less density. That would fit the character of the area. There would not be townhomes, and it would be something Wendell can be proud of. And lastly, I don't want anybody to vote by fear of legal retaliation from a developer, because this is a voluntary annexation, and really all you guys have to consider is what's going to be best for the residents and what's best for the town financially. We ask that you listen to all the people here tonight and the ones who could not make it that you are elected to represent, and we hope that you vote on what's best for Wendell and the residents, and don't vote yes just for the sake of saying we got rooftops for some people who are really pushing that in town. Thank you all.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Frank Braswell. I live at 4116 Roseville Road. I want to talk about two things. Density's been mentioned once or twice. Talk about that briefly, and also talk about what is R4 and what are small lots. First, density. The latest maps provided to Wendell by the developer state the density is 2.88. And I understand we got 10 acres in this 119 to 129, et cetera, but let's just call it 288. This is simply dividing 374 units by the 129 acres. If you're really, really trying to define how compacted homes are in a subdivision, why would you include 6 stormwater runoff ponds, acres and acres of a Frisbee golf course, 15 feet of a major wetland and buffer, and a pond immediately behind the townhomes? You shouldn't. The real density where the homes are built is 5.62 units. I was provided a map by the planning department that had the number of square feet on all 275 lots, add them all up, divided by 43,560. All homes are being built on 55.5 acres. The townhomes are being built on 11 acres for a total of 65.5 acres. That's the true density where the homes are being built. I can't speak to the 9-hole golf course. Secondly, there's certainly nothing wrong with a developer wanting to build homes on small lots. Absolutely nothing. 2 examples where this is occurring today is Wendell Falls and 5401 North, which is a subdivision about 4 years old at the intersection of 540 and 401 North. But the similarities of these 2 properties versus the Davistown-Roseville Road are non-existent. Nothing exists on or near the 2 reference properties before development began. There was nothing at where Wendell Falls. There was 250 acres at 5401 North where nothing was there. Just trees, bushes, and rocks. No neighbors, no houses. Since there would have been no objections to the two developments that I've mentioned as a reference, I'm guessing not 6 people would have attended a public hearing. This is not the case where the Weathers land. This is not the case with the Weathers land. There are 8 subdivisions and about 400 homes nearby. And my definition of nearby is from the subdivision in front of East Wake High School up to Weathers Hunt is 2.3 miles. There are about 400 homes doing that stretch. This is an existing community. It's not an isolated, barren piece of property like the 2 references that I gave you, which can accommodate tiny lots. No one that I know in this room is saying go somewhere else. That is not the case. But in unison, we are asking you to require this developer to join our community, be a part of the community, and build all their homes on a minimum of 1/4 of an acre. We'll have a gorgeous community there, but to come in and say you'll like this when it's opposed to everything that's in the area, I think is a bit emboldening and not fair to anybody. Thank you very much.
Next. Did he not say it? Okay.
My name is Mike Strickland. I live at 6213 Robertson Pond Road. I'm a native of Wendell. I was here through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. I've seen all kinds of things and all kinds of development, and I know quite a bit about the town. I love this town. That's why I sat down today and read all 121 pages of your budget and your goals for the town. I wasn't aware that I had access to that until today. The points that I want to make today, I'm very concerned about the townhomes. You know, you even mentioned in your goals for the year, one of your priorities, or one of your initiatives is to do infill in the town of Wendell. Infill could be a lot of things. Most of the time when you think about infill, you think about townhomes, you think about mixed use, you think about condos, you think about some of those different kinds of things. And I don't know to what extent you've looked at your goals and looked at how this property fits with that, because I see this property as infill, because you're putting townhomes in a rural area that is just country land, so to speak. It's a lot of open land out there, and you're putting a very dense population in that. And I get concerned about the fact that you're so far from the town. You're 5 miles. If you leave this facility here and drive straight to that location, it's about 5 miles. You're 3.8 miles from the city limits. One of the things that was mentioned in y'all's documents that the response time for police was going to be 7 minutes, 90% of the time. I'm concerned about 7 minutes getting to that area in that short amount of time. Under normal circumstances, it's going to take 8 or 9 minutes to make that drive. I think there's going to be a big disconnect between small town, big charm, and you got a 5 mile distance between here. You got a 5 mile distance in Wendell Falls. Also in your document, you mentioned a lot of words about Wendell Falls and about the gap and how to close that gap and what needed to happen to do that. A lot of conversation about that. I think you're creating another gap. It concerns me. We talked about traffic. The traffic concerns me as well. We know there's going to be an increase of traffic. The studies that were done, I don't know if they considered the fact just down the road, down Roseville Road, before you get to Roseville High School, there's already approved 3,000 houses that are going in there. I'm almost assured that a lot of those people are going to travel down that road going to work and going to try to get on I-87. You know, that concerns me as well. The other thing is the school. You know, one of your top priorities in terms of safety, and I know you're talking about the schools probably here in town, was the fact of the traffic that is in and around the schools. That was your number one priority. Has anybody considering East Wake High School and the people that are going to be driving there, the young drivers, and all the additional traffic and the safety that's going to be there with that as well. I'm concerned about that. Most of the time with these type of developments, you want to see walkable communities. They want to be able to walk to the stores that they shop at. They want to be able to walk to the parks. I understand that there's a proposal for a park that's there, but that community is basically the only one that's going to benefit from that park. They can't walk to the store. There's no other businesses out there. There's nothing else to walk to. So you're not decreasing any of your services by it being close by. If anything, you're increasing it. And I don't know if we're just looking at the amount of money that you're talking about that's coming into the town. Is that going to offset what it's going to cost to maintain something at a distance? And plus, when you look at where that's located, it's unfortunate for Wendell, but it's closer to a town that's got more accommodations than we got. So it's no guarantee that those folks that do move out there, whoever they are going to come in this town and shop. And that's unfortunate for us. I just don't see this being the right fit. And I'm also concerned at the fact that our town's in debt. It's got some debt. Some people say, oh, debt's normal. Debt doesn't have to be normal. And then there's proposals to take on a lot more debt, to build more infrastructure. And that concerns me too. And I really don't think this project is going to fit, or does it help our situation at all for the town. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Ryder, and I live at 2409 Davistown Road. And I just want to speak a little bit on the traffic impact. Of the 374 homes being built, if every home had a car and 75% had 2 cars, that's a total of 654 cars throughout the proposed plan. If each car goes to work, that's 1,300 trips a day to and from. Add any extra trips to include groceries, taking the kids to and from school, any extracurricular activities, that just keeps adding on to the number of trips. For the stay-at-home mom, from anyone who works from home, somebody that has a weekday off, they're going to go, again, shop for their groceries, take their kids to school. And these are just my numbers, and that adds at least 5,000 trips a day from that neighborhood alone. So include everybody who already lives there, and that's just going to be an increase of trips in this particular area. And like Mike touched on, that they're probably going to end up in Knightdale or even Raleigh, since the highway is right there, and they're not going to come to Wendell. And again, this does not include future growth along Rollsville Road, just this particular development. East Wake High School is the central hub for all of Eastern Wake County school buses. So all the buses leave and come back in the morning and then again in the afternoon. I personally do not have a job outside of the home, but I can imagine that the time the buses are leaving in the morning is close to when folks are going to work, and I can't imagine the traffic then. Our household makes several trips a day. To school, home from school, to school to pick the kids up, home from picking the kids up, basketball practice, PTA meetings, teacher conferences, and all of that was included in my week so far, and it's only Monday. While I understand this does not happen every day, in half the homes in this proposed plan, if half the homes in this proposed plan participate in similar activities, the number of these trips continue to increase. There are blind spots up and down Rollsville Road, 2 in particular that I have experienced myself. Puryear Road, if you look right down Rollsville Road, you cannot see traffic coming from Rollsville Road. And then on Davistown, and I understand a few of you came out to see the property, if you're on Davistown to turn left on Rollsville Road to come into town, there's a blind spot to your left, and it's hard to see from your right as well. And when you pull out, it's no telling how fast these people are going and you have to get out of their way because they're going to run you over. With only 2 entrances in and out of the proposed plan, that will add even more wait times to turn on to Rollsville Road. When my children go to Wendell Elementary, so every morning when I go to take the kids to school, some mornings I have to wait 5 minutes to get out onto Rollsville Road. In the past 5 years, there have been 3 teenage deaths on Rollsville Road. At Davistown, look right, and there's a memorial down the hill for them. I hate to think about how many more there could be due to distractions teenagers face every day behind the wheel. Davistown Road is not a traditional paved road. It is a chipped and tar-based road, meaning they don't pave it with asphalt. When we need repairs on Davistown Road, they come through with a bucket of gravel and they dump it out in the hole and then they pour tar over top of it. So it's not even a legit asphalt road. Thank you very much to everyone on the panel for allowing us to speak this evening, and I ask that you make a motion to deny this proposed petition. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Tyler Askew. I stay on 839 Industrial Drive in Wendell. I'd like to speak to the commissioners and say this is your opportunity to stop a building project that is going to be disastrous to our community. Other builders are watching us in Raleigh and other areas of the state, trying to see what we can put on an acre of land. And 6 houses to an acre is entirely too much. We've got projects planned and projects proposed that are in the same element, or some by us. There's one that was supposed to be started a year ago. We've got 1 spec house built on it. It's supposed to be 49 houses on roughly 10 acres. And it's still 1 spec house. A road's been in there, but no houses have been built. So I'd like for y'all just to think hard on this issue, because this could potentially ruin the small town feel and charm of our town.
How y'all doing tonight? Oh, you just getting on? Okay. My name is Jason Ryder. I live at 2409 Davistown Road, and I left some information. I'm hoping every one of y'all got it. But anyway, if you can look at this map, it's sort of how I've got it drawn out. My map's not quite updated with the latest change of the full Yancey property. The last one I had, it was just 10 acres. But that aside, there's been a lot of changes to this proposal, but what has not changed is the location of the properties A, B, and C. A, B, and C are not within 3 miles of Wendell's corporate limit. Therefore, cannot be considered for annexation per North Carolina General Statute 160A-581. That's North Carolina law. I'd like to ask all the people here behind me if they could raise their hands if they're against this. Thank you. This is your Wendell community behind you. I would like to think that everyone here took an oath to uphold the law. Vote no and you'll be following the law. What concerns me is this page here also. If you look at here, this is why this is not adequate. I circled 1, 2, and 4. Number 1 is 3 miles from the corporate limit. They don't meet that. One property does, but the 3 I've circled do not. No point on, excuse me, no point on the proposed satellite corporate limits may be closer to another city limit. These lots this land is closer to Knightdale. So only y'all would know if y'all have an agreement in place with Knightdale to even consider this. But you still can't because it's not within the 3 miles. Also, number 4, if the area proposed for annexation or any portion thereof is a subdivision defined by GS 160A376, all of the subdivision must be included. So I had to do a little reading. And a subdivision does not mean, in this terminology, a sign with a gated community. It means land being subdivided years ago. There are more pieces to this puzzle than Mr. Weathers can attest to that has been cut out, and they have not been considered. So it's a lot of gray area right there. That's really all I have. I mean, you'll be following the law to say no. Thank you.
Next. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lori Massey. I live at 2133 Davistown Road.
Can you speak in the microphone so everyone can hear? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Lori Massey. I live at 2133 Davistown Road. My question is very simple. How far down Davistown do you plan on annexing? What's your 10-year plan? What's your 20-year plan? I moved to the county to stay out of a city, and I would like to stay out of the city. So is there any plan in place for how far out you're going to annex? Anybody?
You just talk, we don't respond.
Okay. Well, that
Finish
needs
your
to be
time.
something to be thought of. My other question was, living on that road, when I have a Toyota Camry, I pass the bus, there is not enough room. So if you're adding more buses to go to a new neighborhood, it's going to be a problem. You also have tractors down there in the summertime, spring and fall, because of crops on farmland. And I know myself, if you get stuck behind a tractor, you're doing 2 miles an hour down the road. My concern is you've got more kids going to a school that can't handle it. It can't handle it now. You're looking at 300 houses, 2 kids per family for the most part. You know, there's another 600 kids the school's not going to be able to handle. And again, to repeat what another person had said, Rollsville Road has the blind spot, and more than one person has been hit down there in that lower bottom, and 3 teenagers died. So, I'm done. Thank you.
Is it on? Hello, my name is Audrey Weathers Crawford. I live on Davistown Road. I'm the 4th generation to live there. My daughter will be the 5th. I've been praying for each one of y'all today as y'all have a major decision. I hope that y'all answer no to this radical development that you are shoving down our throat, or possibly could push down our throat. A choice that you make tonight will affect us the rest of our lives. This development will not be adjacent to the Wendell city limits. We know that you have done this before with Wendell Falls. That project is far different. Wendell Falls has its own town services, such as the fire department and an on-site police hub, to reduce the cost and burden on the city. Wendell Falls also has its own gas station, restaurant, coming soon, a grocery store. This developer has no commercial development planned, and this will not help repay the town of Wendell, which we found out tonight. Therefore, the Wendell taxpayers will have to pay for the increased cost of gas and personnel to maintain the proposed satellite property. You could think that this proposed satellite residence will go to Wendell to grocery shop or eat, but look at the problem. The Wendell food line is 3.9 miles away from this site. The Knightdale food line is 4.6. Wendell does not have the home improvement stores, the Targets, the Walmart, the Dick's, the Kohl's, the Best Buy, or the 39 restaurants to eat at. Therefore, the Wendell has 5 restaurants that are open at night. These people will not be coming to Wendell, most likely, to eat. This projected residential development will take Wendell over 10 years to break even, and even if that happens then. Wendell is currently $3 million in debt. A commercial development would be an immediate return on investment, not a residential. Thank you so much for your time, listening to us, and thank you for saying no to this radical development.
Good evening. I'm Pat Shillington, 133 Candlewick Drive, Wendell. And what I'm going to express my concern is the delivery of water to the development. The line is going to hook up at East Wake High School. At East Wake High School, the maximum fire hydrant flow is 1,215 gallons per minute. Now, when you look at the development, it's 22 foot higher, and it's about 3,840 feet that you'll have to extend a new water line, and that's just to get even with the townhomes. So obviously, your flow rate will be less than at East Wake High School. Higher pressure, higher flow, lower pressure, lower flow. So just by elevation difference alone, you're going to have a lower pressure. You also are going to have a friction loss through your pipes. And it all depends on what size pipe you use too. So that's what the first page, the map shows is, and I got the flow rate from one of the local fire departments. It's not all the information you would like to see, you know, in making trying to get a grasp of the flow and everything. Now the second two pages, obviously the single family homes are going to be less than 3,600 feet. Townhomes, best I could tell, each one of those will be about 2,000 square feet. And the maximum cluster where they're all connected is 6, so that gives you 12,000 square feet. So when you look at the building codes for a single family home, you need at least 1,000 gallons per minute for 1 hour, or basically 60,000 gallons of water. For the townhomes with 12,000 square foot, and I assume there's no sprinklers in this since it's going to be owned and not rented. So there you need at least 3,000 gallons per minute for 3 hours, or basically 540 million gallons. So what I'm concerned about is I think additional study. I haven't seen anything. Maybe it's been done already, and I'm flat wrong. But I think before you approve a development, you should make sure the nuts and bolts work as well. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Jimmy Parker. I live at 6317 Weathers Road, on the outskirts of Wendell. I want to talk to y'all tonight about clean water. Clean water is a privilege that we all have. Some countries don't even have clear, clean drinking water, and we should consider ourselves exceptional. A lot of effort goes into keeping water clean. That's why we want to make sure that this plan that's been hastily thrown to us is going to do that certain thing. When they start stripping that topsoil off that, ever how many acres they're going to start with, that water's going to run over there just like it's on concrete. Now, the first place the townhomes are going to be, That section's going to run, y'all know how wet that was over there on that side, right down through that parkland that they so graciously gave y'all. It's going to go right straight to Robinson Mill Pond. It's going to be red because I've never seen a construction site that could keep rainwater back, no matter how they prepared. Never works. The heavy rain is going to wash this stuff right down into our irrigation ponds. My wife's family and our children have been farming for over 100 years. We depend on clean water. You depend on clean water because that's what we use to irrigate our vegetables. And we don't grow a roadside stand vegetables. We grow tractor-trailer loads of vegetables. The state inspects our water quality several times a year, make sure that we're not putting anything in the water like they have trouble out in California. This runoff is going to continue down through Mr. Griffin's pond, my neighbor, straight down into the Robinson Mill Pond Preserve, which is going to go right on downstream. And I know y'all have seen those red rivers and creeks from where that kind of spills happen. It's just inevitable. There's no way you're going to slow it up. I don't know what kind of real estate experience this man has, but the land, the Yancey land that's going to be the park land is, it's already a water park. I mean, it's, you have several ponds on it, several really, really wet areas on it, which leads to another problem that y'all going to have is your liability. Who's going to be out there patrolling these ponds when I know there's one guy that's got about 4 little hellions and they are everywhere. You're not going to keep them out of it until somebody calls you up and says, hey, somebody drowned in y'all's pond out there. That's, you know, you don't need that. You don't need that kind of problems. So anyway, getting away from that, the map that I have and the map that they show don't show all the details of the water problems that you're going to have in that part of the subdivision or complex, whatever they're going to call it. Another case that our community is having to give the town and these slickers the information. Every time we come before you, we have to bring you and them new information. Now, he should have already provided everybody with all the information.
Can you focus your pointing and stuff up to the board and address the board, please?
You should have already given us the information that we needed, you know, so we don't have to go. So they would have it. Then we don't have to hunt it all up. I mean, that just makes common sense to me. I'm not saying y'all did anything wrong on purpose, but it just seems like every time we have to dig and dig and dig to come up with all these things. Well, the free land that you're going to get, it ain't going to come free. I probably would guess y'all have a lot of money in that before you ever turn over the first shovel of dirt, dry dirt. So, anyway, thank you very much.
Next.
Hi, my name is Judy Compton. I am not a resident of Wendell. I'm a Johnston County resident.
Could you
But
still
I am
give
a-
us your address?
Oh, 119 Parker de Serra Place in Clayton, North Carolina. I am a citizen of this country and the state of North Carolina, and I have great concerns. Before I get into those, I am going to make a few points that I noticed some of you are taking notes, and I really appreciate that. I have served on plan commissions and on As a politician, I have listened and heard many, many times NIMBY arguments, not in my backyard. I've seen eyes that are rolling and saying, it's those people again. Those aren't these people. These people have real, honest-to-God concerns. And they're not, I don't want you in my backyard. We don't have a problem with the development as long as it's a well-done, well-planned, and educated development. So I appreciate you guys who appear to be paying good attention to what they had to say. That is very important. I noticed that the people who came up and spoke for this development, not one of them live in Wendell. Not one of them know the land, the area, what the needs are here, go downtown, sit at the coffee shop and say, oh yeah, we'll bring lots of business to you. That's easy to say. It's easy to take an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper and start drawing lines for roads and things, and a big entry like this is just glorious, but go down and look. I could name a few, but that would be definitely deflammatory because you got the big entry, but you get out in the back, you got little skinny streets that you can't get two cars passing each other on. And if somebody's parked on that street, forget it. And we're inviting children to be playing and riding their bicycles and their little motorbikes on these little streets. Because if you look at the garages, they're not big enough to take one SUV, let alone an SUV and another car. Now you got people sitting on the street on the cars, chatting and drinking their beer and talking about things and creating a traffic hazard for the residents of this new subdivision, to whom you have a responsibility. Because once you approve it, you're saying it's okay, it's safe to do this. I saw nothing that said you can say we're going to get police service out there. I don't know how many people or how many persons you count as one officer. So if you say I've got to have an officer, in some places you got to have 6 people filling a position to make one officer. You are adding a load of watching what's going on that's unbelievable. You're putting a park in a wetland at the end of this subdivision that's going to it's going to be an invitation for a gathering. It's going to be an invitation, I hate to even say it, I've lived in bigger towns. This is an invitation for people who want to do drug deals. For many things that you're going to need your officers for. You don't have enough officers that have time to take care of your current residents downtown and come out here too. So now I'm going to get to what my real concerns are. I'm just going to ask you to look at those things. I had called and asked for a prospectus of the money it was going to cost Wendell for this development to happen. I raised my eyes with real estate knowledge since 1979 on $500,000 of value on a piece of wetland. I have here, in this little thick piece of paper that you guys can look up for yourself, this is the new clean water proposal from the federal government. There are rules and regulations for what has to happen to define wetland, to define all of the things that are of a concern to me. And that is the water that will run off. Is it just this little trickle we're going to see running off? I'm not even thinking about the red. I'm thinking about underground as well as above ground. I'm thinking about running all this into the Buffalo and then to the Neuse. I'm not a greenie. I'm a conservative. But I've been interested in this since the 60s, when I carried signs and tied my little black band on to get people to stop destroying our natural habitats.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
It is up?
Yes, ma'am. See the light right there?
Well, I'm going to take one more second to say, I contacted Sick Hutchinson today, and the Wake County Board is concerned and has spent just under $1 million.
Your time is up. Thank you. Have a seat.
just under $1 million on the Robertson
Your
Pond.
time is up.
They're concerned.
Your time is up. Don't laugh when people are disrespectful of our time, please, folks. Okay, who's next? It's not funny.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow commissioners, and those watching at home. I am Greg Jones, citizen first and candidate for Wake County Commissioner. I reside at 6141 Robinson Pond Road, Wendell, North Carolina, and I'm a lifelong resident of this community. I'm here before you tonight to present my opposition to the proposed rezoning and annexation of the property located on Roseville and Davistown Road. I am deeply concerned about the impact this highly dense development will create in my community. Based on my study of the Wendell budget and planning goals, I have not seen any direct benefit for the town of Wendell or its citizens. I'm deeply concerned that the town of Wendell is not sticking to their number one priority as outlined on the policy goals, which is to revitalize downtown Wendell. This project does not even comply with any of the 4 remaining policy goals for the town of Wendell. Upon review of the Wendell budget and other municipal budgets in Wake County, I have discovered the following. Our municipalities are heavily dependent upon grants and other related funding from the rural taxpayers of Wake County in order to meet their funding needs. However, none of the adjoining property owners present here tonight have the opportunity to elect any of you making these decisions. This is a blatant form of taxation without representation. None of the impacted residents here tonight are against the sale and development of this property. However, they are against the density proposed. As a businessman, I fully understand and respect the idea that rooftops generate additional revenue for towns such as Wendell. However, the rooftops on this proposed development will not add to the value of Wendell and will just further the burden to the taxpayers of rural Wake County and Wendell. Satellite growth is not smart growth. Putting the cart before the horse has never worked properly. This development proposal is just simply an effort for the developer to access water and sewer systems so that high profit margin can be obtained from an out-of-state developer. Each of you know full well that a non-volunteered annexation of this property by the town of Wendell, as outlined by the League of Municipality guidelines, would never pass on its own merit. Considering Wendell is ranked next to last on the assessed median home values in Wake County, it is time for change. Most of the impacted residents have lived in the community for over 40 years, and they know their community far better than any of you sitting here tonight, especially those of you who have only lived here a few years. I urge each of you to honor their seniority and deny the proposed rezoning and annexation. The impacted residents should have first priority over those to come. The development is not the only game in town, and we can do better. Decisions made by this board tonight will either divide this community or it will unite the community. And as the saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall. I urge each of you to adopt the 1980 drug slogan and just say no. And I'd also like to make one other point. I've heard this word grant till I'm sick of it. Let me tell you what a grant is, people. Grant is your hard-earned tax money. Don't let nobody, I don't care what their title is or what they say they are, tell you anything other than that. It's your hard-earned tax money. May I remind you of it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Next.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I thank you for your time, and some of you guys, I thank you for your visit to coming out and see us. We appreciate that. I live, Ben Weathers, of course. I live at 1625 Davistown Road. I live directly across this proposed project that's coming in. The second drive to this project comes out directly in front of our homes. So we get the opportunity to see every tail light, every headlight that goes in and out of this. We have discussed with the builders about changing this, but it hadn't happened. Okay? There are 29 homes that's going to be backed up to Davistown Road. Okay? Of those 29 homes, the people on Davistown Road, Weathers Road, Raleigh Hill Road, Winchester, and all will see the backyards. And let me ask you, what's in your backyard? Now, I have to say one thing. I don't know anything about this Type B buffer. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it incurs, but we know it's a 25-foot power line and a 50-foot easement for the gas line. So are they talking about another 10 foot on the other side of that? I don't know. I'm ignorant of that. I'm a third generation Wendell light. Born here, raised here, live here, along with majority of the people in this room. We're here on that. Wendell reached out and brought in Wendell Falls. They didn't have any opposition. It was no neighborhood. It was no people. It was nothing, like Frank says, but trees and rocks and whatever. They brought it in. But the developers spent over millions of dollars with roads, bridges, and whatever to make it happen. And the first time it didn't go, but the second time it did, okay? On that. And I'm hoping that Wendell is getting some of the residual from Wendell Falls, not Nightdale, because I'm Wendell, and not Raleigh, which is 12 or 15 minutes away on 64 bypass or 87, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now, before you, you have another proposal for roughly 130 acres with 275 homes on 1/7 of an acre per home. Some of the planning members on the planning board liked this and approved it. So what happened is that we informed them that it was not into 3 miles for annexation. And so what they've done is they went back to the drawing board and acquired some wetlands to make it legal. No houses will be built on it, and nothing will be there, but Wendell is going to have a park there. How many people from Wendell are going to drive 3 miles out, walk around a little while? I'm hoping you can put some porta-johns out there or something, but so they won't have to use trees or whatever. Put a porta-john out, walk around, get in the car, and drive back. I don't think that's a good investment for Wendell on that. The other thing, too, around Wendell, I've driven around Wendell and looked at affordable homes and starter homes in Wendell. There are 9 developments now in Wendell, in the city limits or on the outskirts there, that are ready to be developed. They're from the low 200s to the high 200s. Does Wendell need more? Do we need more? There's no more land being made on that. Why don't we slow down, take a seat back, and look at where we're going, because I think we can do better for Wendell and for our neighborhood out where we are. And the majority of you know where we live and what we're about, so I don't need to cover that on that. We all believe in here that the government is for the people, by the people. We are the people. You are the people. We live here, we work here.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank y'all. Vote no.
Next.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Andy Pettish of Pettish Law, 127 West Hargett Street in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of Mrs. Joy Davis of 1729 Davistown Road. She's probably just a 5-iron to north of this subject property. I know that she shares the concerns of many, if not all, of the concerns of those expressed here tonight, but I want to talk about something different in terms of the lawfulness of this application. It is, in fact, as I have analyzed the application and the town of Wendell's Unified Development Ordinance, I concluded that it is unlawful, it would be unlawful for this board to approve it. And if I may approach Madam Mayor to hand up a memorandum that I prepared on this.
Sure, or you can.
This is essentially a rezoning. As the town would be annexing in property and then providing a zoning designation for this property. It's a legislative process, but that legislative process is subject to the strict compliance with the UDO, the regulations of the UDO itself. And as I've outlined here, and this came up in Mr. Bergmark's comments, especially with respect to condition number 7, indicating that the application was changed to allow this to be permitted by right instead of have to go through a special use permit process. But that would only be allowed under the UDO if it could have been permitted with a special use permit to begin with in the base zoning district. What I've outlined in the memorandum is that the inclusion of townhomes in this proposal is a significant, that's the linchpin issue here. That's what makes it unlawful as an application. The UDO expressly defines multifamily dwellings to include townhomes, and I've got that site there on the first page, UDO on section 19.3. Then under the chapter 2 of the UDO, it discusses the districts and includes a use table. That use table, I have an excerpt there on page 2, shows in this matrix that the R4, in which that's what is proposed here, a conditional use district with a base zoning district of R4, does not permit multifamily dwellings in R4. It would be allowed in, for example, R7 and some other more intense zoning districts. On page 3, we get into some of the specifics here about how the UDO expressly states that if the underlying zoning district does not allow a use, that use cannot be included in the conditional district. And that's exactly what we've got here. In fact, in the specific standards with respect to conditional districts in section 2.18, there's another matrix there that goes through and gives exceptions to what modification. It lists, these are the things that can be modified within the UDO, and then it says, here's some exceptions to what can be modified in a conditional district. It says uses may not be added unless the use proposed is not currently defined or contemplated by the code. Here, again, we go back, this townhomes are clearly contemplated and defined by the UDO as multifamily dwellings. Multifamily dwellings are not permitted in R4. It goes on to say, and this is the reference that Mr. Bergmark, I think, may have found and focused in on, was that the manner of approval may be modified as part of a conditional district request, whether it's permitted by right, special use, or permit required. That, again, presumes that there is some level of permitted use, whether that's permitted by right or special use permit, in that base district. There are other sections which highlight this distinction. Section 15.13.A, the conditional district alternative may allow uses which are not currently defined or contemplated by the code. And then it goes on in section 15.13. I see that I've gone over. May I have a...
I'm going to allow you to continue if we have a...
I'm very close to finishing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So in UDO section 15.13.B3D, this is the bottom of page 3, this shows what must be included on a master plan submitted by the applicant. The applicant shall provide the exact land use classifications for the proposed district. They have here that classification is R4. Such use classifications may be selected from any of the uses, whether permitted by right or conditional, allowed in the general zoning district upon which the conditional district is based, R4, unless uses not otherwise permitted within the general zoning district shall not be permitted within the conditional district. It is black letter UDO. It's the law that this application for townhomes, multifamily dwellings in R4 is not consistent with the requirements of the UDO and therefore must be denied by this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Dan Edwards. I live at 155 Lou Tom Lane, Wendell. I don't live in the Wendell city limits. I do live in the Wendell UDO. At the planning board meeting in November, the chairman of the planning board, Mr. Swam, described this project as a gerrymandered piece of land when the 10 acres was added to the project to make it comply with the legal requirements of the 3-mile limit. He also pointed out that 93 to 94% of the property was not even within the 3-mile limit, and not a single residence or home would be built within the 3-mile limit of the town of Wendell. The applicant is really seeking one thing from you. He's seeking water and sewer. He needs water and sewer to build a high-density project in a rural area. The town of Wendell decades ago took out a water and sewer allocation from the city of Raleigh, and the taxpayers of Wendell have paid with their increased water bills for this allocation for over 2 decades. Don't use that allocation for a project that's 3 miles from town that won't benefit the taxpayers, citizens, and water bills payers of the town of Wendell. Vote to reject this rezoning, please. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for letting us speak tonight, all of us. I'm not here to make a political speech. I'm just going to talk from my heart. But
Give me your name and address.
I'm sorry, I was getting there.
Okay.
Dennis Lane, 301 Rose Place, Wendell. A lot of emotions here tonight. I'm going to ask you just to put all those emotions aside. Forget about the emotions of all this. Think about what's practical and what's reasonable. As the young lady said earlier, 374 residences in that neighborhood. And I know they got a paid engineer here, and I know they've talked to the state engineers, but they don't travel that road every day like I do and these people do. I've lived out here for 40 years. I travel that road at least twice a day, sometimes 4 or 6 times a day with grandkids. I was on the conservative side. I figured 748 cars, they're at least going to go to work and come back every day. That puts about 1,500 if they go to the grocery store or to pick up a kid. There's at least 2,000 more vehicles going to be out on that road. The two places that concern me, and I come from a law enforcement background, 30 years. The two places that concern me is where the main entrance to the subdivision comes out and with Puryear Road and the site distance that's right there, there are going to be accidents there and they're going to be significant. Same way at Davistown. If you're coming in towards Wendell, the sight distance there is very limited. There's going to be accidents there. They talk about the right turn lane. For 20 years at the police department, I was in supervision and management. I was there during the height of the development in the city of Raleigh and all the satellite subdivisions that were taken in. The right turn lane is not going to do anything but cause more accidents. People will be coming out of that neighborhood. They'll see the car turning right in. They won't look past that, and the car going straight down Roseville Road is going to T-bone them. The last thing I'm going to say is I just don't think that the infrastructure can handle this subdivision here. And I'm only going to speak. I'm not going to talk about public works, park and rec, or anything else. I'm going to talk about public safety, law enforcement. The Raleigh Police Department during that spurt of growth and all the satellite neighborhoods that were brought in had between 650 and 777 officers and still could not provide the adequate level of service to those satellite neighborhoods. I'm the one that went out there and saw those accidents caused by them right turn lanes in and out of them neighborhoods. I was one of the ones that took the calls, as Chief Carter's going to take and Captain Slaughter is going to take, of people wanting to know why it took so long for an officer to get to their satellite neighborhood or why they never saw a police car out there. We had 650 to 777. My numbers may be right, but I believe you got 9 right now and you got 3 vacancies that you're having trouble filling. I just don't think that it's there. You won't have the people to handle all that. Captain and the chief will be busy fielding complaints on why it takes so long, why don't we ever see a car in our neighborhood, and then your residents in town proper are going to know where the cars are when your 2 or 3 cars that are working that night are tied up out in that neighborhood on a call. Again, I just ask you to be practical and reasonable and use some common sense when you vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else? This is your chance. Anyone else? Anyone out in the vestibule? Okay.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Jamie Pursley, 5705 Quail Covey Lane, just a couple of miles north of this proposed development on Roseville Road. I'm one of the unrepresented, taxation without representation. I moved out there feeling like I get an opportunity to get out of the city. I had to pay for my own septic, had to pay for my own well. I understand about all that. Used to live here in town, and I just ask myself, what is the interest of the town to have such a satellite development? I would love for the commissioners or for the mayor, after you guys make your decision, or maybe even before your decision, to explain to the rest of us what is in it for us, for the people in the town. We really would like to understand it. And if it's because we want, 30-some acres of wetlands? You got plenty of wetlands you get a lot cheaper. It's going to cost a lot of money. But really, the reason I'm here is my wife runs. She runs up and down Roseville Road. I tell her, don't. It's dangerous. It is super dangerous. But she's one of these athletic types, and I can't convince her not to do it. I don't know if any of you, I'm sure you've driven up and down those roads, but you got Horton Road. It's going to go dump into Buffalo. You've got, Marks Creek? And you have got Roseville Road. You've just got 3 lanes of traffic. That's it. To empty out all of that development and where I live and all the way up to, I don't even know the name of the road where it cuts into I don't know what the traffic studies are that's acceptable to Wake County, but I'm telling you, it's going to be murder. You got a school right there. The buses alone are just, it's horrible. The traffic is terrible. We're going to have some deaths, and I just don't know what would compel the town to just do away with all of its planning. All the planning that's been done, what's the point of having all of that planning if you can just basically assist a developer in making more profit and extend yourselves and your obligations and your liabilities to places where it's not really wanted by the people who live there? We live there. We moved there for a reason. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. We're going to close the public hearing. And gentlemen, do y'all have any questions?
Can we, take a brief recess to let
We're going to take 5-minute recess. get started back. I think we were going to hear from the applicant.
Mayor, based on the recent events of the meeting, we would like to request a deferral to allow for our legal team to get together with your legal team to make sure that what we have been, the path we have gone down is the right one and the legal one, so we would like to have that opportunity to get together.
Okay, how about 30 days?
That'd be fine.
Okay, so I need a motion to table this for 30 days.
Motion to table for 30 days.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I assume we need a motion to table 5G as well.
Motion to table 5G.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's move to 5H.
Mayor, just a point of clarification, 30 days is the second meeting, first meeting in March.
Yeah, okay.
Not be quite 30 days, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Mayor, you may want to clarify in case people want to.
We'll be taking this matter up again in March. What is the date of that meeting in March?
9th.
Second meeting in March.
23rd.
23rd.
Second meeting or first meeting?
I think.
First meeting.
Are we going to do first? Okay, first. What's the first one? 9th?
9th.
March 9th. I apologize, not the 23rd. No, public hearing's closed. I just thought there's so many folks standing. All right, are you ready, Mr. Bergmark, to proceed to 5H?
Sure.
Madam Mayor, the police chief informed me there are 10 or 15 people waiting outside for seating for this item.
We'll wait a moment.
Wait a couple of seconds.
We're still in session. I need everybody to step on out. We have more business to take care of. Okay, item 5H is an evidentiary hearing on a special use request by James A. Harrell III on behalf of Wendell LaRue LLC for a two-story 84-unit apartment complex at 0 Wendell Boulevard. Mr. Mr. Bergmark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. As stated tonight, the board is being asked to hold a public hearing and consider taking action on a special use permit request for a proposed 84-unit apartment complex at 0 Wendell Boulevard, applicants James A. Harrell. These would be two-story buildings. This item was tabled during the April 22nd, 2019 meeting in order to address procedural requirements related to development review. The applicant subsequently withdrew their original request and then later resubmitted. Following the April 22nd meeting, a text amendment was approved by the town permitting special use permits applications to be reviewed and approved by this board in advance of approval by the town's technical review committee. So under this new procedure, the applicants may submit a special use permit with that complies to a reduced site plan, a requirement set forth by the town board for review. And then if the town board reviews and approves that special use permit, then the applicant would put together a full development plan, submit that to the TRC for review as well, following the special use permit approval. The proposed special use request would allow for the development of a multifamily apartment complex on a 17-acre tract. In order to address some of the concerns that were brought up at the last board meeting, the applicant's site plan was amended to include a roadway access point to Wendell Boulevard through the adjacent lot at 3030 Wendell Boulevard that's under common ownership. This connection would need to be included as a condition of approval if the SUP was, sir.
Madam Mayor, Town Attorney.
I was going to get him to go over the rules in a minute. You want to do it now?
I'm talking about for staff to be able to proceed with the report, should we swear in anybody that wants to provide testimony so that the staff report is sworn testimony? It would be preferable, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and go over the rules for evidentiary hearing while we're...
This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, Mayor and Commissioners, and as you know, and for the members of the audience, what that means is that certain legal protections and procedures apply. It's more in the nature of judicial proceeding than it is like a legislative rezoning decision. Due process rights are provided. Witnesses are sworn and have the right to examine documents and offer evidence. Certain particular rules are set out by statute with regard to lay witness testimony. The statutes require competent, relevant, material, and substantial evidence be presented, and that does not include lay witness testimony about traffic, property valuations, or other matters about which only expert testimony would be admissible in court. The parties are entitled to fair and impartial decision makers, which means you're not supposed to be lobbied or contacted ex parte by anybody for or against. And if you have been, that should be disclosed. If you've got a fixed opinion about the matter, that should be disclosed. The obligation is that everybody gets a fair decision maker, and you make your decision based on the evidence presented at this hearing.
All right. So has anyone had any contact or communications? I actually have had a couple people just ask me about it because they've seen the signs, but referred them to the town website agenda. All right, anyone wishing to give testimony needs to be sworn in, so you can come forward now, please. Got to get in close because
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right.
lay your left, raise your right.
All right, I'd ask that the slides that I already covered be entered into the testimony as evidence. As I was stating, this is on a 17-acre tract. They are looking at doing a roadway access to Wendell Boulevard through an adjacent lot that's addressed as 3030 Wendell Boulevard under common ownership. So this connection would need to be included as a condition of the approval if the special use were to be approved. as it is currently considered an off-site improvement. In red, you see the tract highlighted, currently zoned corridor mixed use. The adjoining properties to the west are zoned RA, to the south are zoned R3, manufacturing industrial, as well as corridor mixed use, and the properties to the east are zoned corridor mixed use. A special use permit is required for multifamily development within the CMX zoning district. Off-street parking requirements would call for at least 154 parking spaces. They're showing 170 on their site plan. This will again be reviewed as part of the TRC review as well. They are proposing a 35-foot setback along the south property boundary, a 25-foot setback along the west, north, and east property boundaries. To the south and the west, the properties abut residential uses would require a type B buffer. They plan to use existing vegetation along the majority of their western property boundary to act as a buffer. Existing and newly planted landscaping that meets that type B buffer yard as outlined in Chapter 8 of the UDO would be required among the remainder of the western and southern property boundaries, and these should be labeled as type B buffers on the site plan. This would have to be reviewed by Wake County to be in conformity with our town's stormwater regulations. They are currently showing 2 stormwater devices. The final stormwater plan could vary from what's shown on those as you go through preliminary plan and construction drawing review. This property is located within the designated S6 section of the town's comprehensive plan, or sector, which is identified as the most efficient and most attractive area for redevelopment of underutilized sites or infill of vacant parcels. Thus, a dense development due to its proximity to the downtown, existing services would align with the goals of the comprehensive plan. The proposed driveway connection at Wendell Boulevard does improve access concerns. However, right now they're showing the Church Street connection as an emergency entrance exit. So staff would not support that limited access to Church Street. This is an existing stub with the intent that it be connected when additional development occurs. So to facilitate access and flow of traffic, Church Street should be extended to connect to the internal private roads without the limitation of being an emergency access point. The 84-unit apartment complex doesn't generate enough trips to automatically trigger a TIA, or traffic impact analysis, per the town's regulations. However, one of the changes that was made to the special use procedural requirements was that the town board reserved the right to require a TIA for any special use permit at their discretion. If the SUP request is approved, as I mentioned, that access drive to Wendell Boulevard should be included as a condition. That's all I have in terms of a staff presentation, and I can bring up the site plan for reference. Perhaps. Oh, wait, I think I already had it minimized. So you can see, looking at the site plan, that they did shift some of the units over on this other side of this kind of berm or drainage area to reduce previously there had been some units that kind of backed up in this area along existing single-family lots on Industrial Drive. But this gives you the general layout in terms of the apartment units, the driveway access, the 2 stormwater ponds, one being here on the kind of southwest corner, another, it's hard to see here, but another located here, and the access drive running along this connection on the south back to Wendell Boulevard. Be happy to take any questions you may have.
David, for my clarification, I'm sorry, you were saying, so at that exit at Church Street, is that something that on this map it looks like it's been blocked out?
Right, so they're showing this as, they have it labeled as emergency entry exit, meaning it probably would be blocked with bollards or something like that fire or emergency services would have access that they could get into, okay, but would not just be an open flow for residents to get in and out. So that's not something that staff would support.
And what is staff's reasoning behind that?
Well, for better circulation, you want to have multiple connection points. You don't want to force everything to flow out of one entry point. So it's not just a matter of if there was a natural hazard, but just for general circulation and giving people multiple ways in and out is generally preferable.
Any more questions at this time? You can always ask later if you'd like. All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brady Herman. I'm with the Bro Law Firm, 1526 East Franklin Street, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Jim Harrell, and Wendell LaRue, LLC, and their SUP application to construct this multifamily complex. Now, as you know, according to the town UDO, there are certain standards that help guide your decision, which must be based on competent, substantial, and material evidence in the record. Now I'm going to have Mr. Harrell and his business associate, Billy Gillette, testify to these standards as they know the ins and outs of this project much better than I do. And after each of them speak, I may just go and ask them a few clarifying questions in order to build the record to support their requested permit. Now, we also have a traffic engineer to testify on their behalf, Kevin Dean, and I may ask him a few clarifying questions in regards to his expertise, but with that being said, I'm going to go and turn this over to Mr. Harold. I would just ask the board if I could just go and reserve just a little bit of time at the end of the hearing for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mayor and Commissioners. Back again. I do think that I'm hopeful that the new main entrance and what we're proposing, and I believe it provides an opportunity for direction from the town. As far as we proposed an emergency access, if the town would prefer to have two entrances, we understand that and are willing to proceed with that. But again, we want to leave that to the town. I'm going to, as far as we believe that we have located the structures so that a lot of good green space and a lot of you can see on that there's some great buffering for added protections to satisfy neighbors. As far as the buildings go, there will be 6 two-story residential buildings with a community center. The combination of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. There is in the community center we'll have we're proposing a computer lab, a laundry room, as well as a community space for meetings that has a small kitchen there for residents. The community center will have a full-time manager and maintenance staff so that it will be well staffed. As far as lighting goes, there is we have a consultant who makes certain that we have good lighting throughout so that everyone feels comfortable and that and we are glad to work with the town and any emergency services on making certain that we have good lighting. We have a playground and tot lot proposed with a covered picnic area and benches. If I did fail to mention, the manager this is a 24/7 emergency call situation, so there's someone at all times. All residents are required to have a parking pass, and visitors, and there'll be designated parking spots. You are not allowed to stay for extended periods of time, and the parking is monitored. Please know that while I recognize that there potentially are still concerns about just neighboring tracts, that we have worked diligently to satisfy all concerns, and we're very proud of the project. With that said, I think I'll pass it over to Billy Gillette to see what all I missed. I'm sure there's a lot, and I think Brady wants to call on the traffic study expert.
I think you covered fine. I'll be glad to answer any questions. But get the break.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Mr. Harrell, will you just briefly go through, one of the standards is the proposed use will not adversely affect the health and safety of the residents in the area. Would you just briefly touch on how this project meets that standard?
Of course, the proposed project's in full compliance with all laws, and then as far as health, safety, and welfare, those ordinances are designed to do that. But I think we've gone well and beyond, and I think we have, open space, paid careful attention on traffic, on working out. We actually think that the proposal with the emergency exit provides plenty of maneuvering as far as traffic goes within our facility. Glad to change that. As far as the overall health and well-being of the town, we believe we're a complement.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Just two more clarifying questions. Another part of the standard of the town's ordinance is the proposed use will not be detrimental to the use and development of the adjacent properties in the surrounding area. Could you just explain and touch on that just a little bit on how this project goes and meets that standard as well?
Yes, sir. Of course, we started this as a down zoning, and then you can, as far as fitting, we believe that we're a complement. We're very proud of the property that we're proposing, and that, of course, when you look and see the uses, we were down to zoning for a reason. I think that the use fits with the area. I think it's a great project to be on Wendell Boulevard, and I think that there'll be complementary development done between the multifamily and Wendell Boulevard.
And last one, Mr. Harold, could you just go and briefly go through the parking requirements and the setback and how this project conforms to the other general requirements under the ordinance?
Okay. Parking.
Yeah. Thank you. As David had presented, we're well over the required parking for it. I think we're over by like 40 of what's required in the ordinance. David, you could tell you how many we were over. What was 174, 124, and the setbacks on the site plan do meet all the town's setback ordinances, and we plan to comply and will with the full technical review committee site plan review to ensure that all those ordinances, setbacks, everything is fulfilled and we meet it.
All right, the next, on behalf of the applicant, we're going to go and call Kevin Dean.
Good evening, my name is Kevin Dean. I'm a civil engineer with Kinley Horn, 421 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NC State. Been performing traffic studies for almost 9 years, licensed engineer in North Carolina, and I performed the traffic assessment for this project. As David mentioned, the amount of traffic generated by this project isn't sufficient to meet town or DOT standards or thresholds for a traffic study. But knowing that we needed to evaluate the impacts on traffic congestion, we performed an assessment. The last time we were before you, we had all of the traffic from the project coming out via Church Street to get to Industrial, and then that traffic would go from Industrial up to Wendell Boulevard. And as you might expect, most of the traffic from this site is expected to go north on Wendell Boulevard, away from downtown towards the interchange to get to those locations. Particularly with this connection being in place to Wendell Boulevard, we think that's going to take a considerable amount of traffic from this site off of Industrial Drive. Now, when we're talking about considerable amounts of traffic, this development is expected to generate 40 total trips in the morning and 51 total trips in the afternoon. So when we talk about considerable amounts of traffic from this development, that's going to be very few trips. And so when we look at this, we performed an analysis that consistent with DOT and town standards. We've collected traffic counts. We've increased traffic volumes 3% annually. Traffic in the area has actually decreased. We talked last time that has a lot to do with the opening of Wendell Falls Parkway. So traffic on Wendell Boulevard has been decreasing, but we accounted for 3% growth up through the build-out year to account for ambient growth in the area, and then added our site traffic onto that. And based on that, we're expecting acceptable levels of service at both this site driveway and Industrial Drive. I would note that we analyzed this as a single access point, only out to Wendell Boulevard, with emergency traffic being so rare. That doesn't generate significant volumes of site traffic. So with all of the site traffic going out via this new connection to Wendell Boulevard, we're expecting acceptable operations, minimal impacts to Industrial Drive, and based on that, there aren't any improvements that are necessary. There's already a two-way left turn lane on Wendell Boulevard to accommodate turns into the site. And so based on that and my analysis, it's my professional opinion that this plan will not cause undue traffic congestion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions?
Your study that you guys did, just to clarify for me, it was done with only the main entrance or with the Church Street also being included?
We only included the main entrance to be conservative to look at traffic coming out that driveway. Our previous analysis, which looked at all of the traffic going out Church Street to Industrial, also showed very minimal impacts given how few trips this is actually going to generate. So I'm confident that whether there was primary access provided to Church Street or if that was only emergency access, that would not cause congestion and wouldn't be a burden on the transportation network.
At this time, just for the record, I would ask for Mr. Dean's report to get entered into the record. And with that being said, if anybody on the board has any questions for Mr. Gillette or Mr. Harold, they'd be happy to go and take them at this time. Otherwise, the applicant will go and rest his case in chief. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant, gentlemen? All right. Any citizens who would like to speak for or against, if you were sworn in previously, step forward to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Stefan Bowens. My address is 555 Fayetteville Street, Suite 300, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27601. I'm here on behalf of my clients, Geraldine Herndon and Connell Herndon, whose addresses are 230 Church Street here in Wendell. And what I'd like to do is make a few brief opening statements and then call Mr. Herndon up, and presumably because this is an evidentiary hearing, I would be permitted to ask him some questions that would permit him to answer those questions as it relates to the matters that have been discussed before you. And I'm assuming there's no objection to that process. Is that correct?
No, that's affirmative.
With respect to the application, I would first argue that it appears as though the applicant has rested their case and as such cannot come back before you and introduce additional evidence. In this case, one of the things that is particularly concerning is that under Keenan versus the Board of Adjustment, which is a North Carolina Court of Appeals case, the applicant has failed to provide substantial evidence as it relates to at least one and potentially two of the critical areas that are required for this board to grant the special use permit. And the four areas that Keenan versus Board of Adjustments look at are: one, the proposed use, whether or not the proposed use does not materially create a danger to the public health and safety. Number two, whether or not the proposed use meets all required conditions and specifications of the local government's ordinance. Number three, whether the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property, or the proposed use is a public necessity. And then number four, the proposed use will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located, or otherwise is in general conformity with the local government's comprehensive plan. In this case, we would contend that at least two of those four factors have not been met by the applicant, and we would direct your attention to the sparsity of the application itself. Looking at the application and the applicant's responses to Exhibit C, Attachment C, responses in and of themselves are insufficient to meet the statutory requirements. To argue that merely stating that water and sewer is available and and is able to service the property means that meets the requirements of health and safety is insufficient in and of itself, and that is on Attachment B. I apologize. It's attachment, on their application, it's Attachment C of the application process, and they've listed it as Attachment B under number 2 for their listing of the questions that were posed by the council to the applicant. And essentially, number 3, they say the proposed community will not negatively affect the health safety of anyone in Wendell. The community will be provided additional safe and healthy living options that will benefit the citizens of Wendell. I would submit to you that is not substantial evidence. In fact, that's no evidence of whether or not the applicant has met the requirements of the statute. Number 4, the proposed use will positively affect the development potential of surrounding properties for additional quality housing, commercial development, and or park opportunities. Now, what's most telling about that? And one of the four requirements under Keenan versus the Board of Adjustment is that the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property. In this case, you have no evidence, no substantial, no real, no viable evidence offered by the applicant as to, and no competent evidence. What would be competent evidence with respect to the valuations and how the proposed project would affect adjacent property owners? Appropriate evidence and competent evidence in this case would be evidence from an appraiser. And there's a line of case law which specifically addresses that requirement in order to provide competent evidence. Now, much as the board has said and made my clients well aware at the previous meeting on this particular project, lay testimony isn't sufficient. And while Mr. Harrell is a fine attorney, he's not an appraiser. And I do not believe that Mr. Gillette is an appraiser either. And as such, we would contend that no competent evidence has been put in the effort to meet the statutory requirement, both statutory and case law requirements with respect to the impact of this particular development on the property, on the adjacent landowners, which is one of the requirements which is necessary for this body to approve the special use permit. Now, going on and looking at the fifth question, which the town, through its ordinance, imposed, whether or not the proposed use will create a nuisance. They just say, no, it won't. Where's the competent evidence with respect to whether or not it will create a nuisance? Now, you have heard some testimony from Mr. Dean as it relates to the traffic impact and traffic analysis, which, you know, at this point is not before the board, and at least as it relates with to the application, has not been provided as a part of the initial application and was not available for public review prior to this hearing. And I can tell you that I had my office contact the town as recently as Friday to confirm that no additional traffic analysis had been submitted and provided for this project, and was informed that no information other than the initial application itself, a copy of some renderings as to the height, scope, and scale of the proposed apartment units, and a site plan were provided. So I would ask that that the testimony of Mr. Dean be stricken from the record. More importantly, with respect to those questions for which the application and the evidence provided even at this hearing tonight are bereft of actual responses. One of the other things that has yet to be addressed was whether or not ample notice was required. In this case, notice must be provided to, under your ordinance and under state law, must be provided to all residents within who are adjacent or abut the property. And in this case, the notice that's attached to the applicant's application does not include the address of Mr. Herndon as a property owner. Mr. Herndon owns property at 210 Church Street. And if you look at the application itself, Mr. Connell Herndon is not listed as an adjacent property owner. Therefore, when we look at the application itself, we must look at it from the perspective of whether competent evidence has been provided and whether that evidence, even if competent, was substantial. In this case, again, as we've stated, it is bereft of any depth, and for there to be just a mere statement for the record is not sufficient to afford the board to make the evidentiary finding that's necessary that substantial evidence exists in the record. Moreover, we would contend that the board has the authority to impose reasonable and appropriate conditions to safeguard the community with respect to the issuance of the permit. I would submit to you that one of those reasonable and appropriate safeguards, if the board were to move forward with approving this particular site as offered, would be to keep that entrance and exit as an emergency on Church Street. In other words, not to open it up as staff has recommended. Now, why do we say that? If you recall, in the previous application, staff noted that it was sufficient for Church Street, which is a tight, small street, very different from Wendell Boulevard, to be the only ingress and egress in this particular location. And in this instance, now staff is coming back and saying that it would be much better to require two ingresses and egresses to create better traffic flow. But it did not make that demand or that recommendation when only Church Street was offered. So that in and of itself it's the recommendation in and of itself is counterintuitive and makes not only no common sense, but there's no reasonable and justifiable reason that staff would now in turn argue that there should be an opening on Church Street, whereas before it was arguing for Church Street being the only entrance. Whereas in this case, Wendell Boulevard is much more accessible. It is a thoroughfare within the city, and it would make sense that the entrance and the ingress and egress would come through in and out of that area alone. So we would urge you to, if this item were approved, which we believe it hasn't been proved by substantial evidence, to keep that requirement in place. Of course, the applicant has offered it, and we would argue that the board should accept it as a condition of approval. Now I'd like to call up Mr. Herndon and ask him a few questions, if I may.
Mr. Bowen, just point of clarification, is this the Mr. Herndon that is not getting named?
This is Mr. Connell Herndon, and his name is not listed on the list of adjacent property owners. That is correct. Mr. Herndon, with respect to, well, can you first state where you live?
My name is Connell Herndon. I reside at 230 Church Street. I own property at 210 Church Street.
Okay. And Mr. Herndon, with respect to the proposed use, let me ask you this. Does your mother reside with you?
Yes.
And how old is your mother?
83.
83. Does she cross the street?
She does.
And in crossing the street and being more mature, is she nimble enough to negotiate traffic?
She got 2 replaced hips, but she probably could get through there.
And would it, in negotiating traffic, is she able to negotiate that traffic on Church Street now?
Yeah, she can.
And if traffic is increased as is proposed by the applicant, do you believe that she would be able to easily, freely negotiate traffic to get across the street from one side where she resides to a neighbor on the opposite side of Church Street?
No.
Okay. Now, with increased traffic also comes increased noise. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the traffic engineer has testified as it relates to what the increased traffic would be, and he suggested that that would be about 40 trips in the morning and I believe 50 trips in the afternoon. Is that what you heard?
That's what I heard.
So that would be an increase of at least 90 trips, not inclusive of what would happen throughout the remainder of the day, either between peak hours and in the late evening. Is that correct? And that increase would that increase be substantial on Church Street?
No.
Huh? Would that increase be a substantial increase to traffic on Church Street?
I misunderstood you. Yes, it would.
And in this case, we don't have any information, at least at this stage, with respect to the traffic impact or analysis that was submitted for the record related to the specific analysis of what the wait times for the impact on industrial off of Church, from coming off of Church Street to industrial would be, do we?
No.
I'm sorry, could you speak up for the record?
No.
And the applicant hasn't spoken to that, has he? But based on your common knowledge of the amount of trips that currently occur on Church Street, would you believe that the increase of anywhere from 40 to 90 trips per day would adversely impact your use and enjoyment of your property?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Mr. Herndon, is there anything else you would like to say about this project?
Well, as I say, I've been in this town over 55 years. Okay? We're in a very quiet neighborhood. And as I say, not opposed to progress, but all of this new noise, and they're gonna run my deer out of there. The safety and health and welfare of the children and other elderly people in my neighborhood, down my street, able to walk back and forth casually, without looking for cars and worrying about, there are no sidewalks. It would impact. It would make an impact. Yes, it would. It really would. I'm just worried about the health and welfare, like I say, the people in my community, especially my 83-year-old mom. That's my heart, like anybody else's mom. I'm just trying to make sure she can have some good years going forward.
And Mr. Herndon, I'm going to ask you in conclusion to read this quick paragraph to this point right here as it relates to attachment C of the application. Starting right there.
As the applicant, I agree that this permit, if granted, is issued on the presentation made herein.
So, and if I'm understanding that to be the case, the presentation made herein with respect to the application are those sparse, unsubstantiated statements that are in the application for the special use permit itself. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those are the statements that I referenced earlier?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
One additional question, Mayor, if I could. Mr. Bowen, can you confirm, or maybe Mr. Herndon can, does he get his mail at a P.O. box?
I don't know.
Is it P.O. Box 811?
That is correct.
That address is on the list of notified residents.
It is, and is Mr. Herndon's name assigned to it?
No, there's not a name on it. It's below Geraldine Robertson Herndon's name.
So the notice was sent to Ms. Herndon, Geraldine Herndon?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, there's an address on here that appears to be his address.
Okay, but it does not name him, correct? And therefore, with respect to the requirement of providing notice, the notice itself is deficient, which would mean at a minimum that there would be necessary to recall this hearing and defer this hearing to another date, so that proper service could be made, correct?
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that analysis?
No,
That's fine. We could deal with that in a different way. Thank you.
Anyone else who was sworn wish to speak?
My name is Tyler Askew. I live at 839 Industrial Drive, and my family owns a property directly behind this property here that we farmed that property and have for several years. I'd like to inform everybody that this is an 84-unit low-income housing project, rental project. I have here the Town of Wendell Special Use Permit application. The applicant's name is James A. Harold III. I got in contact with the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, who issues tax credits for projects like this that are designated low income, so the builders can obtain lending easier, and it's more profitable for them to build these projects. Chris Austin with that organization, he's director of rental investment, sent me this information, and he informed me that Lucius Jones was the one that applied for the tax credits. Lucius Jones, within a few hundred yards of this project, has a project that broke ground 1 year ago and only has one spec house built on it. I have a picture from April of 19, and other than roads being put in this property, you can tell no difference from April of 19 to today's date. And there's supposed to be 40 plus houses going there. So I don't see how we're in our right to let a man build another project when he hasn't even come close to completing the first project down the road. I have pictures, if anybody would like to see, of Church Street. We would all say that Church Street access should be blocked. There should be no access coming out or in from Church Street. As you can see, the bulk of the apartment complex is at the back of this property. The bulk of the parking spaces are at the back, so people will naturally take the path of least resistance to get out of this place. Instead of driving through, they will drive around and go out industrial, and we still do not know what the traffic flow is going to be on the project that Lucius is building right down the road, which is going to exit this way as well through industrial. It can never go out by Wendell Elementary because there just is no way. There's no sight left or right. There's too much traffic going around that curve. It's going to have to go out industrial. So if there's access to industrial from Church Street from this location, I foresee major traffic problems in the morning at busy traffic times when tractor trailers that we have and others on this street use to deliver products. I see problems with that. School buses and our farm equipment will not be able to get out of our property. So I will be restricted from making half of my living by this right here if they're allowed to come out, and whatever happens to the project down the road as it pertains to this traffic flow. I don't know, cars merging, everybody coming in. We have a rescue squad building across Wendell Boulevard. I don't know, I feel like a stoplight, something's got to be put there, which is going to back up flow onto us. So I just want everybody to use their due diligence, go see the site. I have pictures of how narrow these roads are. And I will say that the traffic, the way this map is made, access to Wendell Boulevard from this property, would that be something that the town would annex? Is that how that is going to work? Or are they going to purchase this property? Since they already have interest in this property already, they already own it. But it's not divided up in a way on this map that shows any legal access. How will we handle that? That's just a good question. Mm-hmm. And I would like to give y'all copies of the photos I have of Church Street. You know, anybody in particular I need to give them to? Start at the end and work the way down. Adjacent from the entrance area proposed on Wendell Boulevard. This is a picture going across to the development that has not been completed yet. It's just its infancy. And these are all pictures of Industrial Drive in its poor condition. And that is all I have to say at this time.
Is there anyone else who has been sworn that would like to speak? Does anyone from the board have any questions for anyone?
I do, Mayor.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Um,
This might be what you already
I
have.
feel like folks may have been being brief because they know that it's 10:15 or 10:10. So, I was going to ask if, and I'm not sure who from that team wants to speak to it, but to speak to the conditions.
Yeah.
In response to Mr. Bowen's comments, specifically to there was concerns about the brevity there. I feel pretty versed on this project after April and tonight, but I guess my fault was if there's concerns about lack of explanation on the, I'm sorry, being past 17 photos where you're trying to tell it's not exactly.
Is there anyone from your group that would like to speak to
Or
the
town staff that can speak to
comments
the
about the
conditions.
application?
David, actually, that's much better. David, can you talk through the conditions which have to be met and,
So I feel, Jim, back me up on this, that might be more appropriate for the applicant, but I did have a rebuttal and a clarification I want to make to one of the other statements made by Mr. Bowen, if the board will permit. I just wanted to clarify that at the last hearing, back in April 2019, staff did not advocate or argue for Church Street to be the only connection. We informed the board that the UDO did not require a connection to Wendell Boulevard. It only required a minimum number of street stubs to the boundary of that parcel. Now that the applicant is proposing a connection to Wendell Boulevard, that does not negate town requirements to connect to existing stubs, which Church Street is an existing stub, and per section 9.7D of the UDO, new development shall connect to any existing street stubs from adjacent properties. So this is not a change in staff position. This is a clarification of town regulatory requirements based on changes to the application itself.
May I respond to that at least?
Sure.
The only point I would make is with respect to that, staff said unequivocally that it recommended approval of the site in April of 2019 as a result of the plan that was submitted, which had only one ingress and egress. And so what I was saying, to be clear, was that it certainly could, and as a condition, this board could approve the site with the condition that it still have the additional ingress and egress, but only for emergency purposes, and make that a special, a condition of the grant of the special use permit. That was what I said. So I want to make sure that I'm clear.
And I assume that we are, Jim Harrell, I assume that, and I wanted to respond, but we feel confident in our application, and, you know, if we talk about brevity, you know, we can show you the space that's provided in these, but we will be given rebuttal, our council will be given rebuttal time, is that correct, Mayor? Okay, thank you.
And might I only ask that, with respect to that, I would object for the record with respect to continued rebuttal, given that council has rested.
He reserved the opportunity for that previously.
Yes, but then he reserved it to speak back at the end of Mr. Harrell and Mr. Gillett speaking.
Mayor, if the board wants to hear further from the applicant. that's-
Yeah, we're going to let everybody say what they need to say. That's typically how,
I just wanted to make it for the record.
that's perfectly fine. Okay, if you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. Going back to Mr. Herndon through his attorney, first off, Mr. Herndon's attorney has not even demonstrated that Mr. Herndon has standing to be a party opposing this SUP application. Under the law in GS 160A-393, in order to have standing as a party to oppose an SUP application in a quasi-judicial hearing, one must be those who suffer special damages as a result of the decision. Now, here, special damages means damages that are distinct from the rest of the community, and there is no competent evidence that was given by Mr. Herndon's attorney that he will suffer special damages distinct from the rest of the community. And even if his testimony regarding traffic safety and the number of traffic trips that would go on Church Street, that type of testimony under 168-393 requires competent evidence. Lay opinion testimony as to whether vehicular traffic would pose a danger to the community must be provided by expert testimony and not just lay opinion testimony that he has gone and provided. Going back to the standard that the opponents have suggested, the applicant has addressed all the issues that have listed in the general requirements to guide this board's decision. Now, under the town's current ordinance as it's written, if you'll see, it says, which are based upon the sworn testimony and evidence presented at the hearing relevant to the following standards. In other words, not every single standard has to be met in this list in order for this special use permit to go and be issued. And I will go and contest respectfully that the Keenan standard that opposing counsel has suggested uses a standard called will not substantially impair the property values or the adjoining property values. Well, that standard is not listed in the town's ordinance as written. Respectfully, those in opposition have not provided any competent evidence in regards to any sort of decrease in property values as well. If anything, zoning ordinances are construed in the favor of free use of property. And finally, going back to the notice requirement, it is obvious through the application that he sent Mr. Herndon the notice to his address at his P.O. box. At this time, we respectfully ask that the applicant has met all the standards under the ordinance and that you go and approve the special use permit application. Thank you.
I would submit to the body that the standard of whether or not the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of the adjoining property or the proposed use is a public necessity is essentially the same as will the proposed use affect the adjacent properties or other uses, one, and that's number 4 in the questions that are posed by the town. And number 5, will the proposed use constitute a nuisance or hazard to a number of persons who will attend or use the facility, vehicular movement, noise, fume, generation of type and activity, and explain. In this case, there was no explanation in the application, but let's make sure that we're being clear with respect to the proposed use and the impact on adjacent property owners. The only evidence, much like the applicant said that the requirement for competent evidence is to use a traffic engineer, the only evidence that for competent evidence with respect to the effect on adjacent property is evidence from an appraiser or the like, someone who is licensed and able to talk about the impact of the value of the proposed development on the properties. And so those questions that I've identified get to the heart of the very same standard that the Keenan versus Board of Adjustment case speaks to. And as your able counsel will tell you, that case is the seminal case in the state of North Carolina with respect to how boards and town councils in this case would review such actions. Thank you.
Everybody done? Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and gentlemen, any comments, questions?
I would say I like the, can somebody click up there to take the...
Move the square out of the way for us.
My thought process on this coming in was this was going to be, looking at the map, I like it better than previous ideations, specifically to the Church Street area. I personally see the point, I see what staff is attempting to say. I actually think that because of the conversation that was had last time, that's why you see a second entrance. I think a second entrance is obviously helpful, but I understand that if it's an emergency entrance on the bottom side, if that is more amenable to the folks on Church and Industrial, I'm absolutely fine with that. The repositioning of the project, pulling it off of Industrial Drive, right up to those abutting houses. I feel like that we saw a process earlier that has seemed to go on for a long time. This process has gone on longer, but I think it's a pretty good outline of folks working with other people and adjoining property owners to achieve something that everybody can live with. I would just say that I appreciated, those are the differences I noted, but I appreciated those.
I have a couple questions and comments. First, if Church Street is an emergency exit, what's going to make it that? Maybe David?
Well, they have not specified that level of detail yet, but like I said, it could be something like there's bollards with a lockbox key that fire and emergency services have access to that they could go in an event of emergency and lower, but otherwise it would not be open to vehicular traffic. Something like that is a possibility.
That's typically how something like that's handled for emergency exit. Yeah, I'm asking anyone. I want to know what your plans are for that.
We have seen and done emergency exits like this, and there's several options. You can have the lockbox, they can stop, or you can actually put posts up that emergency vehicle can just drive over. Fire trucks just mow them over in an event of emergency, but it does stop the regular traffic in and out of the facility for regular cars. We would have that probably when we do that. It would be like a gravel emergency entrance that met up there. It would, but those are the two thoughts. We could do the box, or we could put the post up.
Okay. All right. Another just comment that I have. I'm bothered that the traffic impact analysis wasn't attached to the application and was given to us tonight. It's 40 pages long. I mean, come on. I feel like I need to say that. I feel like that should have been attached with the application. I am bothered as well by the amount of density in this particular spot. I feel hesitant to make a drastic decision about that. We're in the middle of our comp plan update, and it hasn't been updated since 2007. And I think I'm hesitant to make big decisions like that in the middle of something like that as well. I think that there's not wise. I think that when you do plans like that and you update things like that, citizens in the area get to contribute to those plans, and clearly there are citizens here that would maybe want to have some input on that and the growth and things that are going to happen in that area. If they didn't feel that way, they wouldn't be here tonight. So that bothers me as well. Does anyone else have any comments?
I have a
Yes,
question.
sir.
I have a question for the opposing counsel. Procedural questions aside, what changes could be made to this project that would make it palatable to your client?
So, as a practical matter, my clients are opposed to the project, but if the project were going to be approved, again, with the condition that the exit and entrance on Church Street would only be for emergency personnel, as a condition of the issuance of the special use permit, I think that would go a long way toward causing my clients to accept the project as submitted.
Okay.
Oh, David, has this been to the technical review committee?
Not yet, per the new procedural requirements for SUP. So no, it would go to them after this if approved.
I'm just curious what the fire and emergency and so forth would think about one entrance and exit.
Can't speak to that.
I understand, just commenting. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just need a little more clarification on this traffic one. I'm just trying to kind of come through this. On the first page here, it says the turning movement counts were collected on the 17th of April, 2019. But I know there's been looks like some news sites on here too. So was some of it amended later on? I know I've asked the question kind of earlier, I guess, to you in a way, but.
Say that one more time, please.
So on the front page here, it says the peak hour turning movement counts were on April 17th of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Then later in the report, it has some predictive things from like a side driveway. So were those based on just kind of your guesstimate or your predictions from that site then? Is that what it was?
Yes, so we collected counts April 17th of last year. Updated counts, as y'all are aware, y'all have a LAP funded project coming in on Wendell Boulevard at Wendell Falls Parkway, where you're going to get a traffic signal, and we have traffic counts from that location. So we've used that updated data and carried it through the network to reflect updated volumes through the study area. Okay. So we took those volumes and then we increased those by 3% annually to project future, we call background or no-build volume. So you take real existing volumes and increase those to project what's going to be the volume without the project, and then you add site traffic on top of that based on a distribution and on industry data related to how much traffic a site like this would generate. I'd also note the adjacent project, Wendell Crossing, I believe is the name of the other project. Traffic from that project specifically was included in this analysis in addition to the 3% growth rate. So while no traffic study was performed for that project, we did the same. We essentially did the traffic study for them. We generated the traffic, we assigned the traffic through the network, sent it all through this up Industrial Drive to make sure we had accounted for those impacts. So all of that is baked into the projected volumes that you get to when you get to background and build out that are referenced there.
So I know one thing that was brought up back in last April was just the date of this, those traffic counts were done on a day when school was at a session.
Yep.
We kind of remarked on the fact that anybody who's driven down Wendell Boulevard on a school day versus a summertime day is a very different traffic report.
Correct, and that's what getting the counts when schools were in session for your LAP project made sure that we accounted for any differences there would be there, is we increased traffic to account for the difference that there would have been.
So the numbers that you got from the lab project reflected a school day?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And those were all, that study was reviewed and approved by DOT, so they've already vetted the validity of those counts in that analysis. So
And that's included in this report here?
the traffic counts are, we didn't include the LAP study.
Okay, but the counts from that study?
Correct, those are attached in the appendix, yes, sir.
All right.
So just to confirm, increased numbers, including the school,
Yes, sir.
plus site traffic, plus Wendell Crossing, plus 3%.
Correct. And that's annually compounding, so 3% annually for up to 2022.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That along with the Church Street exit was my heartburn last time on this project. I felt like it was a very tight street. I felt like it was a street which adding, and I'm sorry, I'm not a remembering numbers guy, but all the units traffic coming through the last time would have been, I thought it would have been actually somewhat of a stressor on the people who live there. So for me, last time that was my concern. It got kicked down the road a little bit. Here we are again. I was pleased to see that it was blocked off earlier, and that was my question to Mr. Bergmark. I think access to emergency, because and Commissioner Joyner alluded to it earlier, or maybe somebody else did, I'm not sure, but if you've got all those units in the back of that place, or maybe it was Mr. Askew, they're all going to leave that back entrance, and I don't think that's going to change anything from what we had earlier. I mean, a little bit, but I think it's a lot of folks are going to leave out that back way. I know I would, especially if the clubhouse is back there and other things are back there too. So, you know, if we were to move along with this one, that would be a condition I would like to see added in there, that Church Street is only for emergency access.
Any other comments?
Give me 1 second, yeah, I'll make it. 1 second, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure I get it right with the...
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the special use request by James A. Harrell III on behalf of Wendell LaRue LLC for a 2-story, 84-unit apartment complex at 0 Wendell Boulevard, behind Industrial Drive, with the condition that the access between Church Street and the parking area at the rear of the plan is designated as an emergency exit only, and is treated at the, I believe it'll be handled at the TRC level as to how that would be handled. But to make that rear entrance, emergency exit, entrance and exit only.
So we have a motion to grant the special use request with the caveat that we want the Church Street exit. You would like the Church Street exit for emergency and entrance and exit only.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? No. Let's signify by raising our hands. All in favor? All opposed? Move back in our agenda to item 5A. It's a public hearing for annexation petition for 20.03 acre tract located off Wendell Boulevard. Mr. Bergmark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Well, I don't really need the PowerPoint much for this one. This is the SPC mechanical tract at the intersection of Wendell Boulevard and Old Battle Bridge Road.
Hold on. Just a minute. Folks, take your conversations outside the door, please.
Y'all got a lot of pictures out there, Do you want to be part of the record? Yeah.
Atlas. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bergmark.
So the board's being asked to hold a public hearing for this annexation request for just over 20 acres for property located at 1500 Wendell Boulevard. You have an attached ordinance that could be approved if you so wish. This is the SBC mechanical site, or their future headquarters site. So there's a CMX conditional district master plan that's already been approved by this board. It was within our zoning jurisdiction, so the annexation did not need to precede it, but it is still needed in order for them to progress on and get construction drawings approved. This is adjacent to existing satellite annexations, but is still considered non-contiguous. You have the location outlined in red, so it is the entire parcel, even though their conditional district was only developing a portion of the site. Public water and sewer are available. This site's currently vacant, a tax value of just over $1 million. So as is, it would be approximately $5,000 in annual tax revenue. Of course, that will increase quite a bit when they develop the site, but I can't speak to exactly how high that would go, but significantly higher. That's all I have. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And we do have a representative here of SBC, or sorry, of the Timmons Group as well, working on this site.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Bergmark? All right, we'll open the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Patrick Barbeau. I'm a project engineer with the Timmons Group, 5410 Trinity Road, Raleigh. I'm here to answer any questions that you have on the project.
Anyone have any questions?
Do you bill your client more after 10?
Absolutely.
All right,
Is that it?
thank you.
Good, thank you.
Madam Mayor, make a
Well,
motion.
we hadn't finished the public hearing yet.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm ready to go.
I know.
So I'm getting hungry.
You might as well
Best
buckle
part.
up, we got
All
a
right,
few
all
more to
right.
go. We'll get there. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition of the annexation petition? All right, we're gonna close the public hearing. Now you
I'm
can
just
go.
pass now. I'm just kidding. I'll make a motion to approve the annexation request, 1500 Wendell Boulevard.
All right, we have a motion to approve the annexation request for 1500 Wendell Boulevard. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's move to item 4B. It's a public hearing for annexation petition for a 23-acre tract and a 9.31 acre tract located off Marshburn Road. Mr. Burkhardt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, you're being asked to hold a public hearing for the two aforementioned tracts. Action could consist of adopting the attached ordinance. Joshua Furr has submitted an annexation request for these two parcels located along Marshburn Road. The 23-acre tract is currently zoned R40 under Wake County's jurisdiction with there's a separate RA request that would be accompanying that. The 9.3 approximately acre tract is currently in our RA zoning district. That's a little hard to see there, but the two yellow outline tracts are the two tracts along Marshburn Road heading northbound out of town just past the creek that are in question. Public water is available on Marshburn Road. Sewer is not available currently. So right now, these two properties contain one dwelling, total assessed value of just over $700,000 at the current tax rate. That would be as is, would result in approximately $3,500 in annual tax revenue for the town. We don't have any kind of development plans or anything for these, but there was a desire to connect to water, and we do have a representative, or the applicant is here as well.
All right, let's hear from the applicant. And we're opening the public hearing. Yeah.
What's that?
We're all tired. I just said
Okay.
I'm opening the public hearing, and now
Okay.
you can speak. Go ahead.
All right, Joshua Furr, 1408 Marshburn and 0 Marshburn. Tonight's been very educational. Wow. Long story short, I acquired this property about 5 or 6 years ago, fell in love with it, didn't really have a business plan for it. The only thing I really wanted was to keep the property as close to the way it is now for many years to come. So I originally owned 1408 Marshburn, and then I became aware of certain projects that were being proposed, and I was really worried about, it's not up there, but developers being on my pond or around that pond if I didn't, buy the property. So, long story short, I'd like to annex the property on at 0 Marshburn into 1408 Marshburn. I'd like to rezone it so they're both the same. And eventually down the road, I would like to combine the two parcels in one. I've had a great experience with David and everyone here. And I have, future dreams about possibly getting a business plan together for a possible wedding venue. But for the next few years, all I really want to do is enjoy it for my private use, beautify the land, and enjoy this area that you guys have. So a lot of this stuff is above my pay grade. So I don't have a huge business plan for it. I just I don't want to develop it. I want to use it for a possible career and a place of retirement down the road. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anyone here who'd like to speak in favor or opposition of the annexation petition? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Madam Mayor, make a motion to approve the non-contiguous annexation petition for 2 parcels located at 0 Marshburn Road and 1408 Marshburn Road.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the annexation petition. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Move to item 5C. Is a public hearing for a zoning text amendment of Chapter 12 of the UDO as it relates to the town's mural agreement. Hear from Mr. Bergmark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. As stated, this is a text amendment related to murals. You have an attached ordinance for adoption if you're prepared to do so. This is being initiated by the town, by us. So in 2014, we created some mural regulations. One of those regulations related to the placement of murals, stating that murals were not permitted on the primary facade of the building. This was meant to make the primary facade focus more on the business use, direct murals to the side or rear. There are some municipalities that allow it on the front, but many do not. However, the Appearance Commission in their more recent work plan were called to explore for small mural projects to give visual interest to more mundane streetscape objects. You have some examples, and I'll bring it up on the screen as well. The thought was that these could be located on the front facade potentially. We didn't want to preclude that from happening, so the proposal is to amend the mural regulations to allow front facade murals up to 50 square feet in size. So this is just an example of how you could take something that's just kind of dull or boring and make it fun and innovative. So you have the exact language that would be in there. And in general, as you know, I'm still not necessarily thinking that this is something we want to always encourage, but we want to leave that flexibility up to the board to approve a front facade mural. Be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Bergmark? I'm going to open the public hearing. Are there any citizens here who would like to speak in favor or in opposition of the zoning text amendment to the UDO? All right, we'll close the public hearing. It's y'all's pleasure.
Madam Mayor, make a motion that we adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 12 of the UDO as it relates to mural requirements.
All right, we have a motion to adopt the zoning text amendment to modify Chapter 12 as it relates to requirements for murals. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item 5D is a public hearing rezoning for Fur Property Investments, LLC at 0 Marshburn Road. Mr. Bergmark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The board's been asked to hold a public hearing on this rezoning request. This is related to the one of the 2 annexation parcels that we just spoke of on Marshburn Road. Action could consist of adopting the attached ordinance. Again, Joshua Furr is the applicant. The smaller property, 9.3, is already zoned RA. The larger property is zoned R40 under Wake County, so with annexing it in, we need to give a zoning designation to it, a Wendell zoning designation. So what's being proposed is the RA designation, since it's in line with the adjacent one and the most comparable we have to the county's current R40 designation. Be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions from Mr. Burkmark? I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone that's here just would like to speak in favor or in opposition of the zoning map amendment request? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Gentlemen?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment request to rezone 23 acres located at 0 Marshburn Road from Wake County Residential 40 to Rural Agricultural.
All right, we have a motion to, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. To approve the zoning map amendment request to rezone 23 acres
Okay.
located.
I'm sorry, I wasn't half listening to you. I'll be perfectly honest.
I don't listen to myself either.
All right. We have a motion to approve the zoning map amendment request to rezone 23 acres on 0 Marshburn Road. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Zone now.
I had for a minute. I'm sorry. We're to you now. You've been very patient. Thank you. Long night. Item 5E is a public hearing on zoning map amendment request to rezone 2 parcels totaling .61 acres located at 313 North Pine Street, portion at 313 North Pine Street and portion at 230 North Main Street from residential to downtown mixed use.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, you're asked for another public hearing on this rezoning request. Consider taking action. You have a draft ordinance that includes a statement of comprehensive plan consistency and reasonableness within it. The applicant in this case is Ms. Joyce Strickland. They're requesting to rezone these 2 parcels at 313 North Pine Street and 230 North Main Street from R2 or Residential 2 to downtown mixed use. These are located within the city limits of the town of Wendell. Again, currently R2. There's a service garage located at 313 North Pine Street, so the northernmost of these 2. That was an auto repair business owned and operated by the Strickland family for many years. However, the R2 zoning district does not permit an auto repair shop, and Mr. Strickland's declining health caused the business to be discontinued for several years. So now the property owner wishes to reestablish the business, but it would be considered non-conforming and would not be allowed to be reestablished unless it were permitted within the zoning district that it was within. They now want to rent out their service garage to a local mechanic to operate a small auto repair business. But again, in order for that to be permitted, it would have to be rezoned to a district that allows that use of auto repair. So the DMX district is nearby, only 2 property removes, and would permit that use. It would be permitted with additional standards in that use, set standards already in place in our code. So that's why they're requesting to rezone the tract, as well as the adjacent church-owned tract to the south to the DMX district. The church is aware of this request and submitted a support letter for the request for it to be rezoned. So these are the 2 parcels in question. You can see that the more horizontal one is the one owned by the church, and the smaller one on the corner is the service garage. And if you see where the church building is, that's kind of got a diagonal hash, that's still DMX. It was when it was rezoned, it was a conditional use DMX zoning, but that is with otherwise comparable to the rest of the red DMX district. The area in kind of a light tan is the R2. To the west in the yellow is the R3 district, and the blue district is our neighborhood center district. I kind of just spoke to what was near it. Due to the time, I won't read through all the standards, but know that there's 6 standards associated with this. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to address them on the standards that go along with vehicle service and repair. This area is identified in the comp plan as being within the S6 infill redevelopment sector, where infill is most appropriate, where we have services already in place, and most attractive areas for redevelopment. The list of uses that are considered appropriate in this sector could kind of run the gambit from different types of residential products to commercial uses to civic uses and light industrial uses. This is just a snapshot of the framework plan showing where this falls within. That kind of controlling color is the S6 there, peach color. In staff's opinion, the map amendment request is consistent with the recommended uses outlined within our comp plan for an S6 sector. And we referenced the comprehensive plan principle number 1, preserving small town feel and historic character. Due to the historic use, the planning board did vote unanimously in favor of this at their January 21st meeting. So given the history of this site and the long time non-residential use that was present here until recent years, we don't have objections to this rezoning request. However, we do ask the board keep in mind all uses that could be here. It doesn't necessarily going to stay a service garage. If it's rezoned to DMX, anybody wishing to redevelop it to anything permitted in the DMX would be permitted to do so. Granted, it is a rather small site to try to redevelop. And you do have a list of uses allowed in the DMX zoning district included as attachment B to your report. I'd be happy to take any questions, and we do have the applicant here as well.
Okay. Wait just 1 minute, ma'am. I'll get to you in a minute. Are there any questions for the board, from Mr. Bergmark? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we'll hear from the applicant now. I know, you've been waiting a long time.
Yes, I have, but it's okay. It's worth it. It certainly is. My name is Joy Nowell Strickland, and I live at 340 North Main Street with my family that has lived there for approximately 110 years, and I still live there. And many of you probably know where that is, and I still live there. My family ran businesses from 313 North Pine Street for more than 100 years, beginning with my grandfather, Jim Nowell, once sat up there where you're sitting, who repaired bicycles and buggies there. My father, Glenn Nowell, repaired radiators there, and my husband, Thomas Strickland, operated the garage until his health would no longer allow him to work, which that continues. The location borders the Wendell Baptist Church property and is near other businesses, including the law firm of Kirk, Howell, Cutler, and Thomas, located at 200 North Pine Street, and the beauty salon Clip Chicks, located at 3541 Wendell Boulevard at the corner of Wendell Boulevard and, North Main Street. Since this location has such a long history of existing as a business and is located near other businesses, it is appropriate for it to be zoned in such a way to permit operation of a business. We were not aware that the property status had changed and request that the planning board approve the proposal to allow operation of a business consistent with the location's historical uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Strickland? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to the map amendment rezoning request?
Good evening, Deans Eatman, 4 West Academy Street. And just so that you don't think the folks on Academy Street are not as engaged as all the other people you've seen from other parts of town tonight, as a neighbor from a block down the street, I would like to be in support of the rezoning and ask for your approval for the application. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Errol Brigham from 14 Forest Lane, and I also would like to agree with the rezoning for Mrs. Strickland's property, because our church is right next door, and that's a good thing. It's a lot of history. I didn't know all the history until she was just reading it tonight. That is awesome. So I also in agreement with rezoning it. Helps them out. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Hey, I dropped by Am I okay to talk now?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
anyway,
I was laughing, it was so fast.
Sorry, I drive past Mr. Strickland's house in the shop every day, and even when it was fully operational, I never felt like one time that it was certainly a nuisance or noise or anything. And she has personally assured me that it would always stay in the upright shape that she keeps everything else in. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the rezoning of two parcels at 313 North Pine Street and 230 North Main Street from R2 to DMX, please.
All right, we have a motion to approve the rezoning request from R2 to downtown mixed use. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Right. All right, we had no administrative items tonight, and we had one quick report from an update on board committees from town board members. We'll hear from Commissioner Joyner about the Wendell Volunteer Fire Department Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, Fire Department met last Thursday. All eyes are still on the grand opening of the station, which we believe will be briefly delayed, but still expecting an early March open for the Wendell Fall Station. The budget process with the county has started, and we are hopeful that as that process moves forward, it'll go smoothly.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners' comments. Commissioner Joyner, we start with you.
I'm not that dumb tonight.
Commissioner Boyette.
I am that dumb, but I won't make any comments anyway.
Commissioner Kornaski. Commissioner Lutz.
None tonight, ma'am.
Commissioner
Nobody
Deloach.
wants to touch that? I just want to congratulate Errol Briggerman. He was named the recipient
You know
of...
you're kind of stealing my thing.
Oh, you doing that?
That's all right.
I'm gonna say
My
that
award.
we had a great chamber banquet, and on a side note, I want to thank everyone for their patience. Appreciate the attendance tonight. Mayor touched on that as well, not to steal your thunder on that.
No, that's okay.
Passion is a beautiful thing, and I like seeing it, and I appreciate everybody being here. And it is 11 o'clock, so I'm done.
Yeah. I will say real quickly too, I'm picking on Joe, but I was very pleased to, we were very pleased to award Errol Briggerman the Mayor's Award. Those of you that attend our meetings routinely know that he's always here, and we rely on him for our invocation because things come up very often, and other area ministers can't always be here, and he's always here, and it always makes me feel very good to see him sitting in that same spot where he is tonight, because we know we can depend on him for that, and that's just barely scratching the surface of all the things he does for us here in Wendell. So congratulations again, you're very deserving of that recognition. So I'm going to just go ahead and read my stuff real quick. Tuesday, February 18th, we're going to have the State of the Town presentation here. I hope that you will come at 7 o'clock. Hear about all the great things that are happening and that we're looking forward to in the future. Now I'm skipping that. All these other things can come next time. I do want to tell you just very, very quickly. I was invited to Eastwake High School today. They had a huge announcement, and they had a career academy for life sciences, and it was announced today. I'm really excited. This is a wonderful opportunity for Eastwake High School students. It has a career path that goes to pre-med or pre-vet. Has two tracks for both of those things. This was the result of a very rigorous application process, and I just applaud and salute the principal there for going after that for the students here in Wendell. Sometimes it's real easy to just sit back and maintain the status quo, but he really works hard for our kids here, and I appreciate him doing that. I look forward to hearing how it's progressing. It's a good thing so good things are happening at Eastwake High School. Now I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we're adjourned.